Chapter 85. The autumn rain was endless. As the saying went, the spring rain was like an edict, the summer rain was like a pardon, and the autumn rain was like an elegy. The autumn rain always gave people a miserable feeling. The autumn rain had been pattering since morning and did not stop in the afternoon. As a result, the feeling of autumn spread and the world was desolate. On a muddy path in Guide Lane, a man in a light green robe and holding an oil paper umbrella was walking alone in the alley. Guide Lane was located in the south of Luoyang, beside the Changxia Gate. The southeast corner of Luoyang, the Changxia Gate, and the Dingding Gate had relatively few residents. Because it was too far from the bustling city center, there was a large expanse of empty forest. Although it was enclosed in the city, it had never been developed and was full of wild interest. Because of this, it had also become a very beautiful place in Dongdu. Some literati who liked the quiet and some who had lost their careers and coveted cheap rent would choose this area as their residence. The man with the umbrella walked out of the alley and was surprised to see a quiet forest in front of him. The leaves were shiny from the rain, and the entire forest was filled with a quiet atmosphere. The drizzle was still fluttering, and a corner of a red cornice could be faintly seen in the forest. Walking on the dark green grass, when the dew had completely wet his feet, he would see a small building. The small building was built against the slope and surrounded by trees. It was very elegant. There was no flag erected in front of the building, only a wine banner that gently fluttered in the wind and rain. It was actually a tavern. The man with the oil paper umbrella did not stop and walked straight to the tavern. Under the dripping eaves, he closed the umbrella and revealed his appearance. This man was already in his early 50s. His hair was already white, and his face was covered in dense wrinkles. His eyebrows were thick at the beginning and thin at the end, and his slightly thin cheeks gave off a slightly miserable feeling. It was unknown whether he was affected by the autumn rain or the autumn wind. He looked up at the gray sky and sighed. He shook off the rainwater on the umbrella, pushed open the small bamboo door, and walked in. The restaurant was very quiet. At this time, there were very few people walking around in the downtown area, let alone such a quiet place. In the rain, the customers felt as if their souls had been shattered. The winemaker had also disappeared, leaving only the old shopkeeper, who was sitting behind the wine cabinet, dozing off with his chin in his hand. A guest pushed open the door and entered. Following that, a gust of autumn wind blew in, gently brushing against the string of wine and dishes hanging above the counter. The wine and dishes were all made of bamboo. When the wind blew, they collided with each other and made a series of tinkling sounds. The old shopkeeper seemed to be sleeping soundly and actually didn't wake up. The guest did not call out to him. He looked around and saw a man sitting by the window in a corner of the hotel. The man waved to him as he entered. The customer, who was in his 50s, walked over. Outside the window of the seat in the corner of the room, there was a patch of flourishing weeds. Although it was late autumn, they were still thriving. The window was propped up. The rainwater poured on it, making a dripping sound. Then it flowed onto the stalks of the weeds. Occasionally, a gust of wind would blow in, ruffling the clothes of the guest. The customer had a silk handkerchief on his hair and wore a yellow turtleneck robe. There was a sparse beard on his chin and his face was slightly yellow, but he didn't look very old. The yellow-robed young man stood up and greeted him. He asked with a smile, "Are you Brother Yu?" The old man in his 50s nodded slightly. "I am indeed Yu Haoyang." The yellow-robed young man smiled and said solemnly, "Brother Yu, please have a seat of honor." Yu Haoyang glanced at him hesitantly. He took off his boots and climbed onto the couch. He knelt down behind the table. The yellow-robed young man also lifted his robe and sat down. He picked up a wine cup, raised it with his right hand and supported it with his left. He gave you a very courteous toast. The autumn rain is bitter and cold. Brother Yu, please drink a cup to dispel the cold from your body. We can talk later. Yu Haoyang had been invited by his informant, Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu had put in a lot of effort and finally found someone who might know Miao Shenke's whereabouts. However, it was not easy to find out Miao Shenke's whereabouts from this person. Yu Haoyang only revealed a little information, and the reward was very high. Zhao Yu arranged for him to meet Yang Fan directly. Yang Fan put on a disguise and agreed to meet him here. Yu Haoyang's official position was not high. He was just a court official in the Imperial Secretariat. The Imperial Secretariat was equivalent to the offices in the capital set up by each province in the future. It was responsible for passing on information to the higher-ups in the province. Those who could set up court officials in the capital were all feudal lords. Their primary purpose in setting up court officials was not to report on the situation within their jurisdiction, but to make it easier for them to keep abreast of the situation in the capital. In that era, transportation was inconvenient and information was not fast. How could the local high-ranking officials sit around and wait for news that only concerned them to pass through the imperial court? They naturally had to arrange for intelligence agents to be in the capital to keep tabs on every move in the imperial court. These people were not only responsible for gathering information for the local high-ranking officials, they were also responsible for contacting the nobles in the capital and building relationship. Thus, a court official was a very lucrative job. The local high-ranking officials could save money in other areas, but they would never be stingy when it came to the funds of a court official. Thus, all court officials were overflowing with wealth. However, there were exceptions to everything. As a court official, Yu Haoyang's life was even more bitter than that of a yellow lotus. This was because Yu Haoyang was a court official in the Imperial Secretariat set up by the Yutian Commandery. Yutian was originally a military town under the jurisdiction of the Anxi Protectorate. In the 20th year of Zhenguan, the Western Turkic Ipi Shikue Khagan asked the Tang dynasty for a peace marriage. Li Shimin proposed that he cede Kucha Yutian, Shulik, Zagupo, and Song Ling as a betrothal gift. Ipi Shikue Khagan agreed on the surface but refused on the inside. After the peace marriage, the Tang dynasty used the army to forcibly take over these places. The Yutian Commandery was set up at that time. After the Zhenguan, because of the political turmoil, the 4 towns of Anxi were sometimes established and the military towns were also changed. In the first year of Yonghui, Emperor Gaozong of Tang Liji abolished the 4 towns and the Anxi Protectorate moved back to Xi Province. In the second year of Xianqing, the Tang dynasty quelled the rebellion of the Western Turkic Ashina Helu. In the next year, the 4 towns were restored. In the first year of Xianheng, the Tubo conquered Kucha and the 4 towns were restored. In the first year of Tiaolu, the Tang dynasty pacified Pei, Xinjiang to quell the rebellion of the Lanyan Commandery Ashina Duji and the others and restored the 4 towns. 3 years ago, the Tang army was defeated by the Tubo and the 4 towns were lost. Therefore, the officials set up by the Yutian Commandery in the capital became motherless children. They were personnel set up by the Yutian Commandery in the capital and were not officials directly under the court. Their salaries were not paid by the court. But the problem now was that no one knew if the Yutian Commandery would have a chance to restore it, so who would care about them? These officials were in an extremely awkward situation. Some of the minor officials with decent family backgrounds could temporarily rely on the help of their families. But for a man like Yu Haoyang who relied on him to support his family, if he lost his source of income, he would suffer unspeakably. Otherwise, he would not have come to today's appointment. Yu Dili drank a cup of wine and gently put it down. He looked straight at Yang Fan and said, "Brother, let's cut the small talk. What do you want to know? You can say it now." Miao Shenke. Yang Fan slightly leaned forward and raised his eyebrows. He looked straight at Yu Dili and said, "I only want to know the whereabouts of Miao Shenke." Yu Dili's expression changed slightly. He cupped his fists and said, "You want to know news of him? My apologies. I will take my leave now." Yu Dili stood up and left. Yang Fan took out a green cloth bundle from under the table and put it on the table. There was a wha sound from the bundle. Udili was about to put his feet into his boots under the couch when he heard this sound. He could not help but stop and turned his head to look at the bundle. It was really not small, and he could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Yang Fan said, "What is brother you afraid of? What comes out of your mouth will enter my ears." Udili's face revealed a struggling expression. Yang Fan smiled again and said, "Outside of this restaurant, you will not recognize me, and I will not recognize you. If anyone says that you have revealed any information to me, do they have any proof? Are you willing to admit it? Haha, brother you, it is better for you to sit down." Udili's feet slowly turned around. After a long time, he returned to the table with difficulty and sat down. He closed his eyes and sighed, "Ai. A poor man's ambition is short. What do you want to know?" Yang Fan said in a deep voice, "I only want to know where Miao Shenke is now and what is his whereabouts." Udili suddenly opened his eyes and stared at him for a long time. He slowly lowered his eyelids and said, "You are investigating Miao Shenke's whereabouts because of kindness? Is it because of revenge?" Yang Fan said, "Regardless of kindness or hatred, once you leave this restaurant, it has nothing to do with brother you. Brother you, do you think it is better for you to know or not to know?" Udili sighed and the distress on his face became even stronger. "I do not know the whereabouts of Miao Shenke." Yang Fan slowly straightened his back and reached out to grab the bundle. He said, leaning against the window and listening to the rain hitting the banana leaves, "It has a different kind of artistic conception. This table of wine and dishes is a gift from little brother to brother you. Brother you, please enjoy slowly, I will take my leave." Udili blurted out, "But I know who knows his whereabouts. Now, probably only this one person knows where he is? If you ask someone else, they might not know. The reason why I know about this is because of a fortuitous encounter." Yang Fan's hand stopped and he asked, "Who is this person?" Udili said slowly, "If I say it, without saying anything." Yang Fan pushed the bundle in his hands forward. Udili reached out to hold the bundle and said slowly, "Shangguan awaits the edict." Yang Fan was shocked and he cried out, "Shangguan Waner?" Udili's face slowly revealed a sly smile and he asked, "Do you still want to ask?" Yang Fan pondered for a long time and his face gradually darkened. He said, "Brother you, are you purposely mentioning a person who lives above the imperial palace to fool me?" Udili said, "Everything I said is true." Yang Fan sneered, "Miao Shenke is only a scholar who edits national history and is in charge of literary works. What kind of important person is he? How can his whereabouts be known only by the number one person in the world, Shangguan Daizhao?" A strange expression appeared on Udili's face and he said, "Miao Shenke is only a scholar who edits national history and is in charge of literary works? Haha, do you know what kind of books Miao Shenke has compiled?" Chapter 86. What books? In the past, when the Empress was still a Jowie in the palace, in order to usurp the position of Empress, she compiled books such as Biography of Women, Official Conduct, 100 Ministers' New Precepts, and Music Book and distributed them to the world to build momentum for her. These books were written by a group of scholars around the Empress, and Miao Shenke was one of them. Yang Fan was startled and asked, "So what?" The official said, 20 years ago, the Son of Heaven was in charge, and the Empress was in charge. The government, big or small, was heard by everyone. The power of the world belonged to the Middle Palace, and they were known as the Two Saints. Do you know how the Empress dealt with such heavy state affairs?" Yang Fan somewhat understood, and his expression changed slightly. "You mean," the official said, 20 years ago, the Empress personally chose a few knowledgeable and quick-witted scholars to fill the central government offices such as the Hall of Governmental Affairs, Hanlin Academy, and other central government offices. They all held positions of no more than 5th or 6th rank, but they didn't have to go through the South Office. They could directly enter the Imperial Palace from the North Gate of the Black Tortoise Gate and see the Empress at any time. Although they weren't the Prime Minister, the power of the Prime Minister was gradually stripped away by them and transferred into their hands. At that time, these people were known as the Scholars of the North Gate. Yang Fan was stunned. He never would have thought that this Miao Shenke, whom he thought would be the easiest to deal with, was actually an important person with a greater background than Bhikkhu Shinji. Although there was no such a prime minister in the official circles of the Tang dynasty, he was truly an important official who helped Wu Zetian ascend to the throne step by step. People often said that Shanghai Wan'er was the Minister of Internal Affairs of the Tang dynasty, and this Miao Shenke was clearly the Minister of Internal Affairs of the Tang dynasty. If that was the case, then their positions were equal. However, since he was extremely trusted by Wu Zetian and had great power, why did he disappear without a trace, and why was only Shanghai Wan'er the only one who knew of his whereabouts? When Yang Fan asked this question, Yu Isher's face revealed the smile of a profiteer. The question that little brother has asked has too many implications. I have already said enough. So, if you want to know more, then you have to pay me another reward. As he spoke, he grabbed the bundle and shoved it into his arms. Yang Fan held the umbrella and walked slowly in the drizzle and wind. The drizzle had soaked the front of his shirt, but he did not notice it. His thoughts were completely immersed in what Yu Haoyang had told him about Miao Shenke. Wu Zetian had walked step by step to where she was today. Admittedly, she was talented and bold, but she lived deep in the inner palace. In the process of seizing power, she needed a powerful force outside the palace for her to use. This powerful force was gradually built up by herself. This power was like the two paths of yin and yang, divided into the two paths of the civil and the martial. The martial artist was naturally the plum blossom inner guard, and the scholar was the Northgate scholar. There were 6 core members of the Northgate scholar. When they were used by Wu Zetian, their positions were not high. They were the scholar Lang Yuan Wanqing, the left scholar Fan Lubing, Miao Shenke, Lu Yizhi, the right scholar Zhou Simeo, and Hu Chubin. Miao Shenke was one of them. He was one of the 6 hidden ministers when Empress Wu replaced Gaozong to rule the Tang dynasty. Now, where were the 6 hidden ministers? The scholar Lang Yuan Wanqing was originally the emissary of communication. During the Qianfeng era, he followed General Li Ji on an expedition against Goryeo and became the Liaodong chief secretary. He was ordered to write a declaration denouncing Goryeo. Unexpectedly, this bookworm's temper flared up. In the declaration, he mocked the Goryeo for not knowing the art of war and not knowing how to defend the Yalu River. As a result, when the Goryeo saw the declaration, they immediately sent troops to defend the Yalu River. The Tang dynasty's army repeatedly attacked but failed. They suffered heavy casualties, and Yuan Wanqing was exiled outside the mountains. Later, he was pardoned and returned to the capital. He was chosen by Wu Zetian and became one of the 6 scholars of the North Gate. Now he was the assistant minister of the Phoenix Pavilion and the prime minister of the current dynasty. The left minister Fan Lubing was first the household inspector of the Zhou Palace. Later, he became the North Gate scholar. In 20 years, he served as the Luantai and Tianguan, the second assistant minister. He was then promoted to the Minister of Spring Official, Minister of Rights, and served as the Luantai of the Phoenix Pavilion. He became the Prime Minister of the Tang dynasty. Not long ago, he was accused by Zhou Xingzhu of colluding with the rebels and was beheaded at the beginning of this year. The left minister Lu Yizhi was the assistant minister of the Phoenix Pavilion and served as the 3rd rank of the Luantai of the Phoenix Pavilion. He was also the Prime Minister of the Tang dynasty. 2 years ago, Lai Junshan accused him of accepting gifts from the governor of Guai province, Sun Wanrong. He also had an affair with a beautiful concubine of the rebel Su Jingyan. He was sentenced to death by Empress Wu. The right minister Zhou Simeo was placed in an important position by Empress Wu. He was promoted to the junior supervisor of the Lin Tai School and became a scholar of the Chongwen School. Last year, he was accused by So Yuanli of colluding with the rebels and was sentenced to death in prison. The Right Minister Hu Chubin also died in prison last year because of the charge of colluding with the rebels. The 6 trusted aides that Wu Zetian had raised, except for Yuan Wanqing, who was the Prime Minister, and Miao Shenke, who had disappeared, were all executed because of rebellion or colluding with the rebels. How could Wu Zetian be so bad at judging people? These people that she had personally raised were all loyal to her when she had not controlled the world. Now that Empress Wu had the power to overturn the world, they all had the intention to rebel? Yang Fan did not need to guess to know that this was a good bao being hidden after all the birds have been killed. The 6 scholars of the North Gate had been used by Empress Wu when she had just become the Empress. After so many years, they must have grasped many secrets that Empress Wu did not want others to know. The safest way to keep secrets was, of course, to make them shut up forever. Thus, Empress Wu began to sweep away the last obstacles before she became the Empress. But why was Yuan Wanqing still so high and mighty? Why hadn't Empress Wu made a move yet? Why was Miao Shenke still missing? If Empress Wu had already made a move, there was no need to hide the news of his death. Judging from the fate of the previous people, they must be charged with a reasonable crime. Yang Fan let out a long sigh. It was as if he was immersed in layers of fog. This fog needed to be peeled away layer by layer, but from the Peach Blossom Village to Luoyang City, every time he peeled away a layer of fog, he felt that the fog was thicker, making it harder for him to see clearly. When would the truth be revealed? The rain was getting heavier, the autumn rain forming a line. The wind was also getting stronger, and the rain was slanting down on people. Yang Fan had no choice but to stop and take shelter under the eaves of a spice shop. Upstairs, Xie Xiaoman was drinking alone. This was a spice shop that she had opened for her elder brother. She had already arranged everything for her elder brother's future. She had even found a wife for her elder brother in advance, but she still couldn't find her elder brother. It was possible that her elder brother couldn't withstand the hardships of a beggar's life. It was possible that he would die young, but Xiaoman refused to think about this problem. She firmly believed that her elder brother was still alive. This persistence was not so much because of her trust in her elder brother, but because of the fear in her heart. She was afraid that her only relative would disappear, and she would be left alone with the sky and the earth. Then what would be the point of all her struggles? She was originally just a little maid of Gongsun Lanji. She took care of the young lady's daily life, and also practiced martial arts with the young lady. Her original plan was just to practice a bit more, so that her elder brother wouldn't be beaten until he vomited blood and was beaten until his head bled because of protecting her. She was very diligent, even more diligent than Gongsun Lanji. She quickly displayed a talent for martial arts, so one hot summer day, she caught the eye of Auntie Xie, who happened to visit Auntie Pei's residence. At that time, she was sweating profusely as she practiced her swordsmanship under the sun. Her sweat had soaked her hair and stuck to her forehead. Auntie Xie asked her if she was willing to come with her. Practicing martial arts might be harder, but she wouldn't have to be a servant girl anymore. She could still have a lot of power and wealth. This wasn't something that girls liked to pursue, but Nyonyo agreed without hesitation. She felt that this was what her elder brother needed the most. As a result, she became a member of the Plum Blossom Internal Guard. As a result, her performance became more and more outstanding, and she soon gained more favor from Auntie Xie. She became her adopted daughter and gave her a name, Xiemuan. Later, the Empress of the Imperial Court gave her a little name, Ah Man. But this wasn't what she wanted. She missed her elder brother. She missed the elder brother who held her hand and ran in the rain like a fish. Xiaoman sat under the eaves and watched the rain. The rain was thick and dense. She was so bored that she wanted to see the gaps between the raindrops, but she couldn't. The rain was falling too fast, even faster than her sword. After staring at it for a long time, she had a feeling that she was rising rapidly, as if she was going to rise into the gray sky. So, she lowered her head to look at the ripples on the ground. She saw ripples formed by the raindrops, like epiphyllum blooming on the surface of the water. As soon as it bloomed, it withered and then bloomed again. She didn't see anyone taking shelter from the rain under the eaves. She only heard the sound of the rain falling from the eaves hitting the surface of the umbrella. Looking at the rain and listening to the plop-plop sounds, she recalled the days when she squatted under the banana tree with her older brother, each holding a half-soaked bun and eating it under the rain. Yang Fan stood under the eaves with the umbrella and waited for the rain to subside. The rain splashed on the umbrella and flowed to the ground, creating bubbles. The bubbles popped up one by one and burst one by one. No one knew where they came from or where they went. In the distance, the giant Buddha in the heaven that towered into the clouds was overlooking the entire city. The Buddhists said that a grain of sand was a world. She wondered if this bubble was also a world. If it was a world, then in the eyes of humans, its birth and death was only a moment. But in this world, was it also an extremely long time? In the eyes of the eternal Buddha, wasn't the world of humans also just a snap of the fingers? But whether it was short or long, in this world, being born as a human was his world. In this world, he shouldered hate and love. No matter if it was hate or love, there must be a result. This was his mission. Staring at the bubbles that popped up and then disappeared, he seemed to see the fire in the mountain village, the charred corpses, the flying head of his elder sister, the ugly girl with the broken teeth, and the curly-bearded man who angrily broke into the governor's office with a sword. Suddenly, there was a sound of thunder in the sky. Yang Fan sighed, raised his head, and looked at the gray sky. Since I can't get Miaoshinka, I can only start with Chioshinji. Yang Fan gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and secretly made up his mind. The rain gradually subsided. He tightened the umbrella in his hand and walked out from under the eaves. Xiao Man sat alone in the building, watching the wind and the rain. She also saw the man in the rain. The man held an oil paper umbrella and walked very steadily and quietly, as if he wasn't worried at all that the rain would get heavier. The wind lifted his robe slightly and then fell again. There was a faint sense of loneliness, just like Xiao Man's mood at the moment. Xiao Man raised her hand and combed her hair. Her black and bright eyebrows slightly curved into a beautiful arc. Chapter 87. When Yang Fan returned to Xiaowen workshop, there weren't many people on the main street because it had been raining for a day. Even the few households that had food stalls were deserted. Some people hadn't closed their stalls yet, but they were waiting for the rain to stop before doing some business. At this time, they had already returned to their rooms to rest. However, when Yang Fan arrived in front of his house, he saw a light carriage quietly parked in the rain. Two steeds were standing quietly with fodder bags tied around their neck. They had their heads lowered as they ate the fodder. The coachman was sitting on the shaft of the carriage, wearing a woven rush raincoat that had many water droplets on it. Yang Fan recognized that this was the coachman who drove Miss Kai Yun's carriage. He politely nodded to this person. That person sat motionless at the front of the carriage like a statue. Yang Fan smiled. He knew that this person had always been a man of few words and might even be a little arrogant. A coachman, even if he was from a wealthy family, actually didn't have the qualifications to be arrogant. However, many people who had the qualifications to be arrogant treated others very modestly, and it just so happened that the subordinates of the people who had the qualifications to be arrogant liked to be proud of them. Yang Fan didn't care about this person's attitude. He pushed open the courtyard door and walked in. When he reached the corridor, he closed the umbrella and shook off the water. He placed the umbrella vertically by the door and stretched out his hand to open the door. Miss Kai Yun, who was dressed in green, was sitting in the room. When she heard the sound, she got up from the couch and quickly came out. Erlang's body has really recovered. You still want to go out on such a rainy day? Kai Yun said with a smile. Where did Erlang go? You made me wait for a long time. Yang Fan said with a smile. Little brother didn't know that elder sister was coming. I was bored at home and wandered around randomly, but I didn't have a definite place to go. On the other hand, elder sister, why did you come over on such a rainy day? Did you bring something delicious for little brother this time? Kai Yun pursed her lips and smiled. This time, elder sister doesn't need to bring anything delicious for you. Very soon, Erlang will be wearing luxurious clothes and eating delicacies from land and sea. Why would he be interested in what elder sister brought? Yang Fan said in surprise. Why does elder sister say that? Xiao Di has never been a high-ranking official, and I have never dug up a mountain of gold. How could I live in luxury, eat delicacies? Kai Yun smiled mysteriously and said, Others may yearn for these things, but Erlang is different. There is a noble who wants to give you great riches and honor. Today, elder sister has been ordered to pick you up. Erlang only needs to go with elder sister. As long as you nod in front of that noble, you will be rich in this life. It's just that when that time comes, Erlang will be rich and powerful. You must not forget this older sister of today. If I can help you a little, older sister will be satisfied. As she spoke, her pair of watery and charming eyes glanced at Yang Fan with some hidden bitterness. Yang Fan's long-suppressed curiosity was aroused by Kai Yun's words, causing him to overlook the hidden bitterness in Kai Yun's eyes. He said cheerfully, Master is willing to see me? Miss Kai Yun rolled her eyes at him and sighed. Men are all ungrateful men. They just heard that there are benefits and they want to throw Big Sister over the wall. Let's go. Big Sister has waited for you for so long. I'm afraid that the master has been waiting impatiently for a long time. From the outside, the carriage looked like a very ordinary light carriage. Similar carriages could be seen everywhere on the streets of Luoyang. However, when one entered the carriage, the interior was abnormally magnificent. This magnificence was not reflected on the surface. There was no seat cushion wrapped in silk or satins, no gorgeous Persian tapestries decorated the four walls, and no gold and silver as utensils. Instead, it was reflected in the details. The carriage was a light carriage with oil walls. The logs were varnished, the corners were copper, and there were elegant pine and bamboo decorations. Each mortise and tenon joint was tight without any gap. It was smooth and comfortable to walk. Even if one were to run a long distance, it would not shake the people in the carriage to the point that their bones would fall apart. The carriage was good, the horses pulling it were well trained, and the craftsmanship of the driver was also good. The carriage moved without the slightest jolt. Yang Fan could see that the carriage had been modified. Many of the magnificent decorations had been removed in order to make it look ordinary. There were subtle traces in some places that showed that some objects had once been hung or placed there, but they were now empty. However, it was also because of this that the interior of the carriage appeared much more spacious. A seat that should have only been able to seat one person did not seem very crowded with the two of them. In fact, the two of them could have sat further apart, but Miss Kai Yun had insisted on squeezing with Yang Fan, so he could only feign ignorance. Fortunately, although Miss Kai Yun had the intention of throwing herself at him, she seemed to have some misgivings. Therefore, she only dared to use her sitting posture to tease him. Yang Fan did not react, and she did not dare to take any further action. However, her expression was slightly displeased. The carriage was covered in a dense drapery. Yang Fan found it stuffy and wanted to pull it up, but he was stopped by Miss Kai Yun. Although Yang Fan couldn't see the situation outside, he was very familiar with the nearby roads. He felt every turn the car made and moved forward. Based on his estimation, the car should have left the Xiuwen workshop and turned into the Shangshan workshop in front of him. The carriage continued on for a while before suddenly stopping. The cold-faced uncle said something to someone outside, and after a while, the carriage started moving again. This time, it made more turns. Yang Fan felt that the carriage was suddenly turning left and right. It did not seem like it was driving on the main street of the workshop, but more like it had entered a mansion. If the carriage was driving into a mansion, it would take such a long time to turn left and right. It could be seen how vast this mansion was. After another moment, the carriage stopped. The door opened and the cold-faced uncle stood in front of the carriage. He had already put down the pedal, but he did not say a word. Miss Kai-yun seemed to be familiar with his demeanor and ignored him. She only said to Yang Fan sweetly, "Erlang, please get out of the carriage." Yang Fan bent down and got out of the carriage. He walked out on the pedal and realized that the carriage was parked under a long pavilion in the shape of a bat. The pavilion extended all the way to a long corridor with red pillars on both sides and a row of palace lanterns hanging in the middle. Just by looking at this long corridor, one could tell that it was definitely an extremely wealthy family. It was still raining outside. Because the carriage was parked directly under the corridor, there was no need to hold an umbrella. Miss Kai-yun also got out of the carriage and said to Yang Fan, "Erlang, please follow me." Yang Fan did not ask any questions and just followed her slowly forward. Along the way, he saw faint greenery, deep courtyards, winding bridges, winding corridors, flowing springs, rockeries, phoenix pavilions and Luan pavilions, carved railings and painted rafters. There was not a single place that was not exquisite and gorgeous. It must be the back garden of some noble family. Looking into the distance, there were high ridges, curved eaves, black tiles and white walls, like layers upon layers of mountains. When Yang Fan saw such a scene, he could not help but be surprised. Could this be the home of some noble? Originally, he had expected that no matter what motive this master had, it would not be to harm him, so he had always been calm. However, at this moment, he could not help but be a little cautious. Even if the other party did not have any other motive, for such a high and mighty noble to spare no effort to get close to a small workshop worker like him, wasn't it strange? There must be a demon when things were abnormal. A demon had appeared, and it was the old witch of the Black Mountain. Yang Fan followed Lady Kai-yun all the way, passing through winding corridors, courtyards as if they were walking in a maze. After wandering for a long time, they finally arrived at a fine house. Walking into the room, he saw a table, a cupboard, a shelf, and a screen. They were all made of superior wood such as sandalwood, phoebe, and agarwood. The design was exquisite and elegant, looking luxurious but not ordinary. The red sandalwood screen and the hollowed-out antique shelf divided the room into several parts, giving off a feeling of winding paths leading to seclusion. Yang Fan had never been to such a luxurious house. When he was in Nanyang, although his master was also a young master of a country, the layout of the houses in that small country was very casual. The nobles there did not develop a luxurious lifestyle of building mansions and wearing luxurious clothes. How could the architecture of the houses be compared to the Tang dynasty in China? He came directly to the corridor of the back house and let Kai-yun lead him through the rooms and into this fine house. Until now, he had not realized that he had entered the bedroom of the owner of this house. It was not until he went around the screen and saw 2 lantern trees that he realized something was wrong. These were 2 bronze lantern trees that were half the height of a person. They were made of bronze and had flowers and leaves of various colors. There were birds of various colors standing on them. Some of the birds tilted their heads and picked their feathers, some raised their heads and chirped, and some bowed their heads and pecked at their food. Their movements were different and lifelike. Candles were inserted on the feathers of the bronze birds, illuminating the room as if it was daytime. A slanted screen divided the room into a bedroom. In the corner of the dressing table, there was a makeup box with 3 layers of lotus flowers and a few purple boxes for storing jewelry. A bronze mirror that was as tall as a person stood beside the dressing table, reflecting his figure. Yang Fan was secretly shocked and hurriedly looked back, only to find that Lady Kai-yun had quietly retreated. An old voice laughed softly and said, "Little Lang Jun, why are you so flustered? The voice came from behind the plum blossom screen. The screen covered most of the couch, and from Yang Fan's angle, he could not see what was on the couch. Yang Fan hesitated for a moment. At this point, he could only bite the bullet and walk over. He saw an old woman lying on the couch, looking at him with a smile. Yang Fan took a closer look. This woman was clearly an old woman. Although her hair was as black as ink and her body was well maintained, the wrinkles on her face were carved by the god of time. How could they be covered up by makeup? It was just that the light filtered through the screen created a hazy effect, so at first glance she seemed to be 20 years younger. The old woman was lying on the couch, looking like a sleeping beauty. She only had a soft gauze gown draped over her body, and she seemed to be wearing nothing underneath. Yang Fan quickly looked down and did not dare to look again. He only slightly cupped his hands and said, "I am Yang Fan. Greetings, old madam. May I know why old madam has summoned me?" The old woman's smile froze. It seemed that the title "old madam" sounded very harsh. However, she looked at Yang Fan from head to toe. Looking at his handsome and delicate appearance, she revealed a smile that she thought was very charming and said softly, "Little Langjun, your health seems to be better now?" Chapter 88. Hearing such a coquettish voice from an old woman's mouth, Yang Fan felt goosebumps all over his body. He bowed and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "I presume old madam sent Miss Kai Yun to visit Junior's injuries and also invited a famous doctor to treat me. Junior and old madam have never met before, so I am truly grateful for old madam's favor." The old woman covered her mouth and chuckled. "Young Langjun is too polite. Sit down and talk." In the early Tang dynasty, although chairs and stools had also entered the Central Plains, they were not popular, especially in the upper class, where they were even more opposed. Although the influence of was severe at this time, food, clothing, culture, and other aspects had absorbed a large amount of culture. When it came to living quarters, the noble families still strictly followed the customs of the Han people. They also knew that clothes and furniture were more suitable. They usually liked to wear clothes when they went out, but on formal occasions, they still wore deep clothes and solemn formal attire. In other words, they thought that clothes were suitable, but in terms of style, they still couldn't be compared to Han clothes. On important occasions, wearing Han clothes was considered formal attire, just like how people usually wore t-shirts, jeans, or even singlets and shorts. It didn't matter, but to attend important meetings and banquets, they usually had to wear a suit and leather shoes. It was the same in terms of furniture. As furniture, they were more resistant to chairs and stools. They still followed the Han style, so the furniture in the room was low and the bed was low. Therefore, there was no chair next to Yang Su, but there was a praying mat wrapped in brocade. Yang Fan lifted his robe and knelt on the praying mat. He said respectfully, "Madam, you don't have to be so polite. Please call me by my name. I'm the second in the family, so madam can call me Beta Persei." The old woman laughed and said, "Then I'll call you Erlang. I heard about Erlang's matter. I heard that the steward of the Yang residence promised a reward of 1 million yuan, so Erlang risked his life to rush into the fire to save him and was injured. I don't know how you've recovered now. Come here and let me see you." As she spoke, she sat up and looked at Yang Fan with a burning gaze. The thin clothes on her body faintly revealed her flesh, and as she sat up, her figure became even more obvious. Although this old woman was old, she lived like a princess, her flesh and blood were full, and her figure did not have the slightest bit of withered. Although the wrinkles on her face were obvious, her figure really seemed to be around 40 years old. How would Yang Fan dare to approach her? He merely nodded and said, "Old madam, Junior's injury has already healed." The old woman saw that he was very respectful and frowned slightly. Then, she slowly lay back on the couch and rested her chin on her hand. With a languid expression, she said, "Erlang, you probably don't know who I am and why I invited you here, right? Yang Fan looked down at the shiny floor in front of him and said, "Yes." Miss Kai Yun said that old madam was a senior of the Yang family, which was why she took care of this junior. Junior knows that Miss Kai Yun's words are mostly excuses and was just about to ask old madam why old madam is taking such care of Junior. The old woman chuckled and said, "Erlang, it seems that you have completely forgotten about this old woman. Look up and take a closer look. You and I have met before." When Yang Fan heard this, he raised his head and carefully looked at the old woman. He shook his head and said, "I don't think I've seen madam before." A trace of displeasure flashed through the old woman's eyes, but she immediately laughed self-mockingly. "Ha, that's right. At that time, you had a pair of beautiful daughters of my Tang dynasty in front of you. One was as beautiful as a peony, and the other was as beautiful as a lily. How could you still remember this old woman? Erlang, you and I met once by the Luo River. Do you still remember?" "The Luo River?" Hearing what she said, Yang Fan suddenly remembered. As soon as he thought of it, a fiery figure immediately appeared in his mind. She was wearing a red dress, and she looked like a red mermaid playfully slapping the water on the banks of the Luo River. She also looked like Luo Shenmifei coming out of the water, tender and alluring, indescribable. Soon after, another beautiful figure gradually appeared in his mind. From a graceful and hazy figure, it gradually became clear. That grace, that charm, was as slender as the moon, as gentle as water, like a pure white and elegant lily growing by the mermaid's side, swaying in the wind. It was human nature for a young man to like beautiful things. For a man, especially a young man, a beautiful woman was even more unforgettable. So when the old woman mentioned the Luo River, he immediately remembered the Luo River's flower that could melt people in flames and the nameless woman who was as gentle as spring water. Only then did he vaguely remember that there was indeed such an old woman beside this pair of beauties. Yang Fan softly made a sound and suddenly said, "That's right, this kid remembers. That day at the Luo River, I did see old madam." The old woman smiled slightly and said, "Old madam? Do you know who I really am?" This old woman had already called herself I. How could her identity not be obvious? A woman who called herself I, but was not a person of the palace, could only be a princess who had already received a title. Yang Fan thought of Princess Taiping. Since this old woman was sitting on the same bed as her, could she also be a princess? Yang Fan did not remember much about the matters of the imperial family. There were many princes and princesses in the imperial family. Apart from Princess Taiping, who was in the limelight, how could he remember much? The old woman seemed to know that it was impossible for him to know who she was. Her tone only paused for a moment before she continued. "I am the 18th daughter of Emperor Gaozu of the Tang dynasty, the noble princess." Since the noble princess had already revealed her identity, Yang Fan could not continue to play dumb. Therefore, he bowed his head deeply and said in a deep voice, "I have seen your highness the princess." The noble princess laughed lightly and waved her hand. In a private examination, there is no need to stand on ceremony. If these words were said by 1,000 delicate and charming women, the screen would be like fog, the candlelight would be like the sun, the brocade robe would be like a beast's fragrance, the jade-like body would be lying on the ground. Adding this kind of flirtatious words, it would be very charming and gentle. But coming from this old woman's mouth, Yang Fan's heart turned cold. He just stopped and did not say anything. The noble princess said, "Erlang, do you know why I sent people to treat your injury, and why I sent Kaiyun to often visit and take care of you?" "I do not know," Yang Fan said. The noble princess said, "You, this young man, look smart, how can you be so blind? That day Princess Taiping wanted you to go to her mansion to practice polo. Such an opportunity, why did you not agree?" "If I agreed," Yang Fan said, "even though I am Princess Taiping's disciple, I will only be a servant to be ordered around. Playing polo, receiving the princess' favor, I can be rich and powerful for a while, but how can it be a long-term plan? Therefore, I would rather be a free commoner on the streets than enter a rich and powerful family and become a servant. The noble princess said, "How do you know that entering Taiping's school means becoming a servant? Do you know that there are many high-ranking officials in the imperial court, even the current prime minister, who were recommended by Taiping to be put in an important position by the empress? If you can enter Taiping's discerning eyes, how do you know that you will not have a chance to become famous?" Yang Fan smiled indifferently and said, "Those officials, even the high-ranking ministers who have become the Xianggong, have their own talent and learning to stabilize the country and bring peace to the country. The princess's recommendation is only to let the empress know of their talent. I am only a commoner on the streets, ignorant and incompetent. Even if I can play polo very well, what future can I have?" The noble princess saw that the two of them had been talking in circles. If this layer of window paper was not pierced through, in the end they would not be able to talk any further. She had no choice but to get straight to the point and speak her true intention. This noble princess was Li Shimon's half-sister, the 18th of the 19 daughters of the founding emperor of the Tang dynasty, Li Yuan. She was Princess Taiping's grandaunt, 1 generation older than Wu Zetian. When Wu Zetian wantonly massacred Li Tang's imperial family, some of the princesses resisted with all their might, some swallowed their anger, but very few of them bowed and bent their knees to curry favor with Empress Wu. Only this noble princess was different. In order to curry favor with Empress Wu, it could be said that she was unscrupulous. A few days ago, Yang Fan saw Feng Xiaobao selling medicine on the street. It was this noble princess who presented him to Wu Zetian. When this Feng Xiaobao was selling medicine on the street, he first flirted with a maid in the noble princess's residence. This maid was Kaiyun. The two of them had a passionate affair. Kaiyun even secretly brought him into the noble princess's residence to be lovey-dovey. In the end, they were reported to the noble princess, and were caught red-handed by her. The noble princess originally wanted to punish the two of them severely, but when she saw that Feng Xiaobao was strong and handsome, she couldn't help but fall in love with him. In the end, after catching the adulterer, this noble princess turned Feng Xiaobao into her guest. When Wu Zetian was overbearing towards Li Tang's imperial family, the noble princess was worried that she would also be purged by Empress Wu, so she spent a lot of money to bribe the maids by Empress Wu's side to inquire about Empress Wu's news. When she found out that Empress Wu was gradually yearning for love, she offered her gigolo, Feng Xiaobao, to Wu Zetian. Because of this great merit, Wu Zetian doted on the noble princess and became the Empress Dowager's favorite person. In the past few years, the princes and princesses of Li Tang's imperial family were constantly suffering, but the noble princess remained unmoved. The noble princess tasted the sweetness. Because she saw that Princess Taiping seemed to have a good impression of Yang Fan, she hardened her heart and wanted to imitate Wu Zetian as a gigolo. She also wanted to make Princess Taiping a gigolo. If she could please both mother and daughter, her position as the noble princess would be as stable as Mount Tai. It must be said that this Princess Taiping was very dignified compared to many of the Tang dynasty's princesses who were dissolute and had illicit affairs. Princess Taiping married Xue Xiao at the age of 16. The two of them were husband and wife for 7 years. From beginning to end, they were deeply in love and never had any scandals. However, last year, Xue Xiao was murdered for treason. Last year, when the Prince of Yu, Li Zhen, rebelled against Wu, the prince's son-in-law, Xue Xiao's 2 elder brothers were also involved. Li Zhen's rebellion failed. Xue Xiao's 2 elder brothers, Xue Yang and Xue Su, were beheaded. Originally, Xue Xiao did not participate in this matter, but he was also imprisoned. It was only because he was Princess Taiping's husband that the Empress Dowager showed mercy and did not behead him. She ordered him to leave his corpse intact. As a result, this prince's son-in-law was starved to death in prison. Princess Taiping was currently a widow. Her mood was very gloomy. This noble princess, who had obtained a great benefit from being a pimp for the Empress Dowager, wanted to act as a matchmaker for Yang Fan. She wanted to recommend him to be the man of the Tang dynasty's princesses, the flower of Luoyang, Li Lingyue. The noble princess sweetly said, "I want to introduce you to be Taiping's guest. I wonder what Lang Jun thinks?" Chapter 89. Yang Fan was stunned. He had always wanted to know who Miss Kai Yun's master was and what was the purpose of him taking care of him. However, no matter how rich his imagination was, no matter how imaginative he was, he would never have thought that it was to introduce him to be a gigolo, to be the gigolo of Princess Taiping Li Lingyue. Li Lingyue's face was like a flower, charming and lovely. She had been in love with Xue Xiao for 7 years and had never done anything lewd. It could be seen that she was not a loose woman. Once such a woman truly liked a man, she would definitely have feelings for him, even if she couldn't give him the status of a prince consort. Just like how Empress Wu treated Xue Huai, she was very fond of him. Even though Wu Zetian had gradually entered the role of an emperor and was no longer satisfied with spoiling only one person, her favor and preferential treatment towards Xue Huai had never decreased. Moreover, if he could be loved by the young and affectionate Princess Taiping, he would definitely be in love, and glory, splendor, wealth, and rank would be just around the corner. In particular, Princess Taiping was different from her mother. Princess Taiping was only 24 years old, and even if she didn't have the power and wealth that came with it, she was the object of countless men's desire with just her charming appearance. In addition to her unattainable status, it added to her charm. Just think about it, which man could resist such temptation? Therefore, the noble princess said it calmly, without the slightest consideration that Yang Fan would refuse. Money, beauty, power, everything was at his fingertip. How could he not agree to a fugitive who would charge into a fire for a reward of 1,000,000 yuan? Looking at Yang Fan's startled expression, the Princess of Jin thought that he was in a daze of joy. She could not help smiling and saying, "Erlang need not worry. That day Taiping was very concerned about you. Bengong took a good look at you. Ha ha, looking at you carefully, you really have some of Prince Consort Xue's charm. Although your appearance isn't similar, your charm is 70 to 80% the same. No wonder that girl Lingyue saw you." The noble princess smiled and said, "However, if you are in front of Taiping, you can't act as casually as you do in the marketplace. You can't behave in such a vulgar and rude manner. I have summoned you here to teach you some of the rules of a noble's residence. In the meantime," the noble princess glanced at Yang Fan and her eyes were filled with love. "Although you are handsome and charming, you are still young. Looking at you, I am afraid that you have not experienced the affairs between a man and a woman. If you want to win Taiping's favor, just having a good appearance is not enough." As the noble princess spoke, she moved closer to the couch and said with a smile, "Erlang, you don't have to go back tonight. Stay in my mansion for a few days. When you are able to pass my test, I will send you to see Taiping. Other than her own husband, Taiping has never had any other man. As long as you learn the skill of seducing and pleasing women, you will definitely be able to please her." At first, when Yang Fan heard what she said, he thought of the beautiful mermaid-like figure and indeed had some thoughts. But this was a man's natural reaction to a beautiful woman. From the start, he had never thought of becoming a gigolo like Lu Junfan, a plaything under the knees of a noble lady. At this time, he saw the noble princess's coy attitude. As an old woman in her 60s, she actually wanted to invite him, a young man who had not even reached the age of 20, onto the couch. He couldn't help but feel disgusted. Yang Fan straightened his back and said solemnly, "Princess has good intentions, but Yang Fan has Yang Fan's rules as a person. Yang Fan is a dignified man and has never thought of being under a woman's crotch, asking for her favor in order to seek wealth and glory. Please forgive Yang Fan for not daring to accept the princess's good intentions. Goodbye." As soon as Yang Fan finished speaking, he stood up and left. The noble princess's smile immediately froze on her face. She had never thought that a mere worker like Yang Fan would have such ambition. He actually rejected the temptation of having everything just by nodding his head. It was too unexpected that she stood there, unable to react for a moment. It was not until Yang Fan turned around the folding screen that the noble princess came back to her senses. She angrily shouted, "Stop!" Yang Fan slightly stopped, slightly turned around, and asked in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, "What advice does your highness have?" The noble princess sat up in shock and anger. Her mind was racing, and she suddenly realized something. She couldn't help but feel embarrassed and annoyed. This kind of temptation, no one should have rejected it. Not to mention a small worker like him who dared to risk his life for 1,000,000 taels of silver, even those officials who studied poetry and books since childhood, who considered themselves disciples of the saints. Many of them hoped to gain Empress Wu's favor and rise to the heavens in one step. In the end, this Yang Fan was still a young man. Unexpectedly he thought she was too old and did not want to have an illicit relationship with her. The noble princess thought of the reason Yang Fan refused her. She was ashamed and annoyed. But although she saw that this Yang Fan was young and handsome, very pleasant, and had the intention to make him her husband, her main purpose was still to establish a good relationship with Princess Taiping. Princess Taiping quite admired this young man, as long as she acted as a go-between and taught this young man some skills to flatter women, creating several opportunities for him and Taiping, they would definitely be able to achieve something good. When the time came, she was not afraid that Taiping would not accept her favor. Thinking of this, the noble princess endured her embarrassment and said, "You, this young man, really don't know what's good for you. If Ben Gong wanted a man, would there be no need to worry about not having a guest? Ben Gong has good intentions, wanting to teach you a lesson so that Taiping won't like you, but you dislike Ben Gong for being old. Since it's like this, then call Kai Yun to serve you. You should learn more skills in bed from her. A man can't be liked by a woman just because he is born with a good appearance." Kai Yun actually did not go far, waiting behind a few folding screens. Hearing the noble princess' instructions, she could not help but be pleasantly surprised. She had been drooling over a handsome young man like Yang Fan for a long time. This Miss Kai Yun also liked handsome men, otherwise she would not have hooked up with Feng Xiaobao, who sold wild herbs on the street. However, this Yang Fan was the person that the noble princess fancied first, so she did not dare to steal her master's favorite food. Who would have thought that after going around in circles, in the end, this good task still fell on her? Kai Yun was bursting with joy, but then she heard Yang Fan sneer and say, "Your Highness is right. A man can't win a woman's heart just by relying on a good appearance. As a man in this world, appearance is secondary, talent is even more important. And the most important thing is a man's character. Meng Ku once said, 'Riches and honor cannot be corrupted, poverty cannot be shaken, and might cannot be subdued.' This is what it means to be a man." Although Yang Fan is a common man, if he bent his waist and bowed his head to serve a woman, even if he had a beauty in his arms, power in his hands, and riches on his body, he would not be happy. "I disdain to be a dregs of medicine with others." As soon as these powerful words were spoken, Yang Fan immediately left with his head held high, causing the noble princess's face to turn pale with anger. Speaking of this dregs of medicine, it originated from a common joke. It was about an emperor in ancient times who saw his concubines with worried expressions and poor skin color, so he urgently called for an imperial doctor. The imperial doctor wrote a prescription, 8 strong men. A few days later, the emperor came out of the circuit palace and was overjoyed to see his concubines glowing. Suddenly, he saw 8 skinny men coming out in a line. He asked in surprise, "Who are you?" The imperial doctor replied, "Dregs of medicine." This joke was very widespread among the people. Even the people of the upper class knew about it. Of course, the noble princess had heard of this joke. Now that Yang Fan was using it to mock her, She was so angry that one Buddha was born and 2 Buddhas ascended to heaven. Seeing this scene, Kai-yun couldn't help but feel somewhat anxious. Only when she heard Yang Fan's footsteps getting further and further away did she gather her courage to enter the bedroom. The noble princess sat on the couch, her chest heaving up and down violently. Her old face was already swollen and purple. Miss Kai-yun timidly said, "Princess?" The noble princess's body moved slightly and a fierce look flashed across her eyes. She said in a deep voice, "Go, kill him for me." Kai-yun was startled and said hesitantly, "Princess, killing someone for no reason, I'm afraid." The noble princess sneered and said, "How can it be counted as no reason? This little thief entered this princess's mansion at night to steal property. Why can't he be killed on the spot by the mansion's servants? Go." Kai-yun's body trembled and she hurriedly complied. She turned around and rushed out to arrange the guards. When Yang Fan came out of the noble princess's bedroom, the sky had already darkened. The palace lanterns in the halls and corridors were all lit. Yang Fan originally wanted to find a servant in the princess's mansion to take him away, but he saw that the corridor was deserted and there wasn't a single person there. The imperial princesses followed the example of their superiors and subordinate. Although they often took their favored gigolos out to play and hunt, to the extent that everyone knew about it, it was no longer a secret. But at home, they still had to take care of their face. For example, this noble princess had a house full of children and grandchildren. How could she be so dissolute in public? Therefore, many servants were sent away. Yang Fan saw that there was no one around and it was already late. If he stayed any longer, the workshop door would close, so he walked out along the path he came from. The sky, which was already gloomy because of the continuous autumn rain, became even gloomier because night was approaching. Clouds gathered in all directions, and both sides of the corridor were covered with curtains of rain. On one side of the corridor, there was a pond with a 9-zigzag bridge. The small bridge led to an exquisite and elegant 3-story building by the side of the pond. Looking out from the small building, one could see a pool of water with half a pool of dilapidated lotuses. The rainwater splashed on the lotus leaves and fell into the pool. It was so shallow that the raindrops were blooming and then extinguished. The dilapidated lotuses were swaying gently, looking very beautiful. On the top floor of the small building, the double-pushed window lattice was wide open. A middle-aged scribe in a snow-white robe was sitting in front of the window with a zither in front of him. The furnishings in the room were very simple, but a table, a pavilion, and a pillar were all ancient. On the snow-white wall hung a few freehand landscape paintings. Not far away there was a red clay stove. The charcoal fire in the stove was burning brightly. A rough and classical pottery pot was placed on the small clay stove. The water was already boiling. Next to the stove was a small square table. On it was a tea set, tea leaves, and all kinds of seasonings that needed to be added. A beautiful girl dressed in an elegant light green lotus leaf robe was fetching water to make tea. This girl was Tin Ano. Chapter 90. At this time, there were very few people who drank tea. Other than the people of Shu, there were only eminent monks and a few noble families. At this time, although the tea needed to be seasoned with onion, ginger, pepper, jujube, mint, and other seasonings, there was already a tea ceremony. Tin Ano warmed the pot, washed the utensils, poured the tea, and added all kinds of seasonings. He did it elegantly and freely, with an elegant sense of beauty and rhythm. She picked up the pot and divided the tea. Then she held the porcelain cup with both hands and gently brought it to the white-robed gentleman. Her watery eyes casually glanced outside. With just a glance, she happened to see Yang Fan walking down the corridor. Tin Ano let out a soft cry. Her hands trembled slightly and the tea spilled over and her fingers were scalded. "Why are you so careless?" The white-robed scribe seemed to be very intoxicated with this rainy autumn scene. He was leisurely looking at the eaves of the pavilions in the distance in the rain, and his fingers were playing on the strings of the zither as if he was preparing a song. Suddenly he heard Tin Ano's soft cry. He withdrew his gaze and glanced at her, asking warmly, "It was your servant's carelessness. Oh, young master, who is that young man in the corridor? He doesn't look like someone from the princess's residence from his clothes." Tin Ano softly explained and quickly changed the topic. The white-robed scribes glanced down the corridor and lightly said, "That is a man that the princess likes. It seems that she has given her gigolo to Wu Mei and tasted the sweetness." When the white-robed gentleman spoke of the princess, his face was indifferent. When he mentioned the empress of the court, he even directly called her by her name. From his words, it could be seen that he was extremely disdainful of women playing with gigolo. However, he did not even show his disdain in his expression and tone. Although it was only a light sentence, that kind of true arrogance arose spontaneously. In the distance, under the vast sky, there stood a very tall building. That was the heaven. In the heavens, there was a great Buddha. The great Buddha overlooked Luoyang City from high above. His gaze was so benevolent and he had a tranquil expression on his face. Was it because all things were equal, or was it because in his eyes, all things were insignificant and not worth his attention? When the white-robed man looked out of the window, no matter if he was talking about the princess or Wu Zetian, he was always calm and at ease. He was like the great Buddha in the rain in the distance. He was calm and natural. He didn't show any respect or disgust, as if there was nothing in this world that was worthy of him being moved. In fact, the appearance of this white-robed man was nothing special. He had ordinary eyebrows, ordinary eyes, and ordinary facial features. However, whether it was his hair, his eyebrows, or the beard above and below his lips, they all gave people a feeling of tidiness and immaculate. Even his collar and robe were immaculate. This could only be achieved by carefully grooming and grooming people. As a result, this ordinary-looking man had a gentle temperament. The gigolo of the princess? Tin Ano seemed to be in disbelief and his face showed a slight surprise. The white-robed gentleman smiled indifferently and said, "It's just the princess's plan. She wants to present this young man to Princess Taiping." "Strange. What's so special about this young man? How can she be sure that such a young man will be favored by Princess Taiping?" Yang Fan was walking in the corridor under the rain. He was not even 20 years old. He was tall and handsome. There was a kind of spirit between his eyebrows. However, just like a woman's charm, it needed to be brewed and precipitated over the years to ferment into an intoxicating taste. A man's temperament, it also needed the cultivation of life experience and inner cultivation to be emitted. The young Yang Fan was like a strong bamboo growing vigorously in the rain or a small pine standing on the cliff. In the eyes of the white-robed gentleman who was used to seeing the world, he looked especially immature. Naturally, he didn't find it strange, not to mention that he had always been arrogant. The man in white muttered to himself. He then smiled and said, "However, it seems that this young man has rejected her. Otherwise, this young man would not be walking here alone. He would be in her bedroom." The white-robed gentleman's voice stopped abruptly. It seemed that what he said next would tarnish his purity. Hearing this, Tin Ano's slightly knitted eyebrows suddenly relaxed. She suddenly understood and felt a little relieved. Then, she turned her bright eyes and saw a strange scene. This small building was 3 stories high and was the tallest building in the princess residence. She looked down from above and could clearly see everything in the courtyard. She saw more than a dozen guards of the princess residence rushing over and stopping behind a rockery. They were all holding sharp blades in their hands. A maidservant in green seemed to be saying something to them, and then they ran towards the long corridor. Looking at the movement, Tin Ano's pretty face tightened and she said involuntarily, "Are they going to kill people?" The white-robed gentleman glanced outside and said lightly, "They are ashamed into anger and worried that others will leak the secret. Is it strange to kill people to keep their mouths shut?" Tin Ano's pair of pink fists suddenly clenched tightly. She lifted her buttocks and was about to stand up. However, when she saw the child sitting quietly in front of her, Her shoulders seemed to be pressed by a mountain. She couldn't help but sit down again. She looked out of the window anxiously. The guards with swords had reached the end of the corridor and were running along it. Tin Ano was even more anxious. Yang Fan was just a shopkeeper. He might be able to survive street fights and ruffians, but how could he be a match for the warriors of the princess mansion? Tin Ano glanced at the white-robed gentleman in front of her and plucked up her courage to say, "Child, please save his life." The white-robed gentleman sat steadily like a cloud in the sky. He said lightly, "There is life and death in the world. Can you save all of them?" Tin Ano gritted her teeth and replied, "But he is different." The white-robed gentleman slightly raised his eyebrows and asked, "What's different about him?" Tin Ano replied, "He saved Anu's life." The child showed a slightly surprised look and suddenly said, "Oh, this young man is the one who saved your life?" Tin Ano bowed her head and said, "Yes." The white-robed gentleman didn't say anything. He just gently picked up the teacup. Tin Ano gritted her teeth and said, "Child said that one should repay kindness." The white-robed gentleman's white porcelain teacup just touched his lips and stopped in the air. He paused for a moment and said, "Go." Tin Ano was overjoyed. She nodded and said, "Yes." At this moment, the guards were getting closer and closer. When the Tian Ai Nu saw this, she did not dare to go downstairs. She immediately pushed open another window and leaped out. As she leaped through the air, she stretched out her hand and plucked an object from the wall. She was like a swallow soaring through the clouds. She landed on the 9 Bends bridge over the pond. She stepped on the stone beast at the bridge and flew forward. "Stop, bold thief! How dare you steal from the princess's mansion?" Before the pursuers arrived, Yang Fan heard the sound of footsteps. He stopped in his tracks and turned around, only to see more than a dozen warriors rushing over with swords in their hands. Before he could ask them anything, he heard their shouts. How could he be stupid enough to think that they mistook him for a thief? This was clearly the noble princess, who had flown into a rage out of humiliation and wanted to kill him to silence him. "What should I do? If I don't fight back, I will be killed. If I fight back, I will inevitably expose my kung fu." If it was under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be a big problem to expose my high level of martial arts. In the wilderness there are many dragons and snakes, and there are many hidden experts. However, Dr. Yang's family has just been attacked by an assassin. At that time, I was working in the Yang mansion and was injured. If I expose my martial arts, my identity will definitely be exposed. If I want to stay in the capital and continue to pursue the killer, it will take more effort. These thoughts only flashed in Yang Fan's mind. In fact, he did not need to think too much. He also knew that no matter what, he must fight back. Yang Fan slightly exerted force on his feet. Before he could attack, a light green figure suddenly appeared. A low and dignified woman's voice said, "Stop! All of you, stand down." Yang Fan suddenly looked up. He saw a woman in green standing firmly on the rock garden outside the corridor. She was wearing a waist-length dress with small sleeves and embroidered plum flowers. Her waist was slender and she looked very young. But her appearance could not be seen because she was wearing a revealing hat on her head. The gauze curtain hung low, revealing only a little bit of her sharp chin. The guards of the princess's mansion obviously recognized this woman. When they saw her appear, they were surprised and stopped. One of them, who seemed to be the leader, said respectfully, "Miss, we are serving." Tin Ano interrupted, "I know. You all go back. With the princess, my young master will talk to you." The young master she was talking about obviously had a lot of weight in the princess's mansion. The guards looked at each other. After a slight hesitation, they actually put away their weapons and retreated. Tin Ano was proficient in vocal skills. At this time, he changed his accent. Yang Fan could not recognize him at all. Tin Ano saw that he was looking at him with surprise and curiosity. He was afraid that he would see through his identity. When he saw the guards retreating, He immediately jumped up. His light green figure rushed into the flowers and trees. After a few flashes, he disappeared. Yang Fan stood at the same place. He saw that those people came like a tide and then retreated like a tide. From the beginning to the end, he was completely thrown to the side. It was as if his life and death were completely out of his control. Who is this woman wearing the revealing hat? Yang Fan carefully thought about the woman's voice that only said 2 sentences. The voice was low and serious. He had never heard it before. Yang Fan's heart was full of doubts, but he also knew that this was not a place to stay for long. So he had no time to think more. Seeing that the guards retreated, he also quickened his pace and walked out. When Tin Ano returned to the small building, he took off the revealing hat and hung it back on the wall. He knelt down again and bowed to the man in white. "Thank you for your help." The man in white was drinking a cup. After hearing this, he just said lightly without turning his head, "Only this time. Don't do it again." Tin Ano said, "Yes." The man in white put down the teacup and looked at the misty sky. He murmured, "It's autumn. Shin Mu should be arriving in Luojing soon." Chapter 91. At Yang Fan's house, Jiang Suning uneasily pushed open the door. He tiptoed and poked his head out to take a look. Then he turned back and clutched his wrist. He frowned and said, "The workshop is about to close. Why hasn't Xiao Fan come back yet? Did something happen?" Ma Qiao was lying on Yang Fan's couch with his hands as a pillow and his legs crossed. He was humming a tuneless little song, and his whole body was in a mess. When he heard Jiang Suning's words, he said indifferently, "Hey, he's a big man. Are you worried that someone will rape him? As for money, does he have 10 copper coins on him? Don't worry." Jiang Suning rolled his eyes at him. "Look at you. You're his brother. Don't you know how to worry? Go outside and look for him." Ma Qiao said, "Don't worry. He's not a kid. He's a big man. What's there to be afraid of? Where do you want me to find him? What if I take the wrong path and he comes back? Fine. I'll be stuck outside. I'll have to find a corner and stay there for the night. Don't you feel bad?" Jiang Suning spat at him, then sat down on the edge of the couch and mumbled, "You're not loved by your grandmother and uncle. Who cares about you?" Ma Qiao laughed. He ordered like a boss, "Hey, Xiao Ning, bring me an egg. I'm hungry." Jiang Suning said, "That's for Xiao Fan. You're as strong as a bull. If you want to eat, go back to your own home." Ma Qiao snorted. "Stingy." He continued to shake his body. Suddenly he stopped. He seemed to remember something. He excitedly got up and sat shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Suning. He touched her shoulder and said, "Hey, Xiao Ning. Do you remember when you took me to your house to steal a chicken?" Jiang Suning looked at the door absent-mindedly. "That was a long time ago. Who remembers?" Ma Qiao said, "Have you forgotten? At that time, there was a big jujube tree in your yard, but it didn't bear many fruit. The branches of the jujube tree stretched over the wall. You wanted to eat the chicken, but your family had to save up the chicken to sell, so you didn't get any. You urged me to go. I stepped on your shoulders and climbed up the wall, then slid down the tree to the chicken coop. I took the chicken and left. For several days, your mother kept muttering that the old hen at home didn't lay any eggs." Jiang Suning was reminded of something interesting in his childhood. He couldn't help but burst into laughter and said, "There was one time when you had just slid down the tree. Before you could steal an egg, my dad came out of the house. When he saw you stealing an egg, he took off his shoes and spanked you. It was a miserable spanking." Ma Qiao said, "That's right. We are loyal, aren't we? I was beaten so badly by your father, but I didn't tell you. Later, your father even brought me back to complain to my mother. I didn't say anything in front of him. After he left, I told my mother the truth." Jiang Suning glanced at him with a smile and said, "You are loyal." Ma Qiao snorted again and said, "You said the same thing at that time. Do you still remember how you comforted me?" Jiang Suning thought for a moment and suddenly blushed. He shook his head and said, I don't remember. Ma Chiao snorted and said, I remember it clearly. I was lying on the grass and took off my pants. My butt was swollen. You used your small hands to rub it for me. Rub it, it was so comfortable. The more Ma Chiao said, the more beautiful it was. Jiang Suning's face became redder and redder. It was even redder than the red-skinned eggs in the basket. What nonsense are you talking about? It was comfortable, right? Come, let me continue to make you comfortable. Jiang Suning blushed and pinched him. Ma Chiao cried out and dodged. The two of them were fooling around when the door creaked and Yang Fan walked in. Xiao Fan, you are back. Jiang Suning got up from the bed and tidied up her messy hair. Her face was still red from laughing. She went up to him and said, Where did you go? You came back so late. I was worried to death. Yang Fan laughed and said, Sister Ning, I am a man. What can happen to me? I just wandered far away. When I remembered to come back, it was already late. Ma Chiao also got up and went up to him. He said, See, I said it would be fine. He is not a delicate girl. Even if he was lost for a night, he would still come back in one piece. What are you worried about? If you were lost, we would really be busy. Jiang Suning said, A dog's mouth can't spit ivory. Even if you lost him, I won't lose him. The three of them laughed and talked for a while. Because it was already late, Jiang Suning was relieved to see that Yang Fan had returned. He said goodbye and went home first. After Jiang Suning left, Ma Chiao immediately asked, What happened? Yang Fan glanced at him and said, How did you know something happened to me? Ma Chiao said, You can scare Xiao Ning, but you can't scare me. You don't know anyone in Luoyang. Besides, you don't like to go shopping. It has been raining for half a day and it is still raining. Did you go shopping? Who are you trying to fool? Tell me what happened. Yang Fan sighed and said, Something did happen, but it is not something dangerous. You don't have to worry. As Yang Fan spoke, he told Ma Chiao everything that had happened. Of course, he only said that the other party was a noblewoman and did not point out that the other party was a princess. He also did not mention that the princess had flown into a rage out of humiliation and tried to silence the other party but was stopped by a mysterious woman. Even so, Ma Chiao was stunned and murmured, Something like that happened? Something so good? He looked up and down at Yang Fan and said, unconvinced, You look like a girl. What's so good about you? Why did they take a liking to you but not to me? Yang Fan said with a smile, If you like, I can tell you which house it is. You might as well go to their door and wander around. Maybe you will catch the eye of that noblewoman. Ma Chiao's eyes lit up and he hurriedly asked, That noblewoman, is she beautiful? Yang Fan suddenly thought of the mermaid on the banks of the Luo River and said with a smile, She is 20 years old and beautiful. Ma Chiao's mouth watered. He rubbed his hands together and suddenly stopped. He thought about it carefully and shook his head, saying, No way. I am 100 times more willing to be the man of such a woman. But, as a gigolo, she is a fairy, I will not do it. I, Ma Chiao, still want to be a man with my back straight. Yang Fan teased him. Isn't it just sleeping with her? What's the difference? Ma Chiao said, What are you talking about? There is a big difference. But, I can't say. In any case, there is a difference. Yang Fan said happily, This is my brother. If you disregard your dignity and throw yourself at someone when you hear that they are rich and beautiful, I will look down on you. Ma Chiao said proudly, Of course. Although I, Ma Chiao, am not a great person, I am still a man of indomitable spirit. Yang Fan restrained his smile and said solemnly, However, you can't tell anyone about this. Don't tell your mother either. Once it gets out, it will ruin her reputation. I'm afraid little brother will also suffer. Ma Chiao said, You can rest assured. Last time, I thought you were going to stay with Miss A Nu forever. I thought I couldn't hide it even if I wanted to. I am afraid if I didn't say it at that time, Mother would be angry with me when she found out later. But this matter is different. Don't think that I am usually careless. I know what I can say and what I can't say, what is light and what is heavy." When he said this, his eyes suddenly sank, as if there was something related. Yang Fan did not notice the strange look in his eyes. The two of them talked for a while. Ma Chiao could not suppress his curiosity, and asked Yang Fan about what happened after he was led into the mansion. Yang Fan said some nonsense. The mansion was still the same mansion, but the hostess had automatically become the flower of Luoyang, Li Lingyue. Some of the stories were charming, and some were amazing. From the beginning to the end, the whole story was like the story of a beautiful fox fairy who invited a young scholar into her house to rest for the night. It fully satisfied Ma Chiao's curiosity, and he returned with satisfaction. After seeing Ma Chiao off, Yang Fan thought about the absurdity of this matter, and felt it was slightly funny in his heart. However, when he thought of Princess Taiping's beautiful appearance and how he was only a step away from the bed of this noble and beautiful woman, he couldn't help but feel a little restless. There really weren't many young men who could resist the aura of a mature and beautiful young woman. After a long while, Yang Fan collected his thoughts and went to the kitchen to look around. Jiang Suning had already prepared food for him, and it was still warm. Yang Fan ate a little, washed up, and returned to the bed to lie down. He no longer thought about this romantic encounter that ended without cause, and turned to think about his next move. In fact, he had been thinking about this matter on the way back from Di Liu. If Miss Kai Yun had not led him to the Princess Taiping's mansion, perhaps he would have made a decision by now. From the information obtained from Di Liu, this Miao Shenke was most likely dead. Even if he was still alive, he was already under control. As a former confidant of Wu Zetian, the hidden minister of the Tang dynasty, it was reasonable that Shanghai Wan the hidden minister, was now monitoring him. But in this case, it would be very difficult for him to find Miao Shenke. Yang Fan did not have the confidence that he could enter the imperial palace as if it was a deserted place. Originally, he felt that it would be very difficult for Qiushenji, as great general Zhuo Jinwu, to enter the imperial army camp and come into contact with this great general Qiu, so he wanted to first investigate the whereabouts of Miao Shenke. But now Miao Shenke's whereabouts were a mystery, and the only person who knew his whereabouts was deep in the imperial palace, so it was more difficult to find him than Qiushenji. So, everything returned to the starting point, and his target once again fell on Qiushenji. This was different from when his master, Zhang Kuo, forced his way into the governor's office of Guangzhou. That was a yamen, but this was a real military camp, and a camp of the imperial army elite. Even his master, Zhang Kuo, forced his way into the governor's office and took the head of the military governor Zhang Kuo of a circuit, then immediately left, not fighting with the large number of soldiers who rushed over. Yang Fan's martial arts were far inferior to his master's, and was also inferior to his senior apprentice brother Zhang Xiaowei, so it was impossible to force his way in. As such, he had to sneak in. The left guards of Jin was stationed in Mengjin, and although it was not far from Luoyang, it would be difficult to return on the same day to do such a big thing. He had no family or care in Luoyang, so what reason could he find to not arouse suspicion if he did not return at night? Yang Fan suddenly thought of Su Fangzheng and the Princess of Jin. These two pretenses seemed to be useful. Chapter 92. Brother Qiao, I have to leave Luoyang for a few days. Why? That woman is very powerful. I'm worried that she'll be angry and do something to me. I'll hide for a few days and everything will be fine once she calms down. It's better to be safe than sorry. You're right. Women are narrow-minded. Where are you going? The outskirts of the city. Anywhere. But I can't tell Sister Ning. I don't want her to worry about me. Okay. But what if she asks? That's easy. I'll tell her that I've quit my job as a worker. I'll go out and find something to do. Don't leak anything. Sister Ning, I have to leave Luoyang for a few days. Why? You know that after I got injured, Su Fangzheng quit his job. Yeah, I just heard about it. It's ridiculous. How could Su Fongjing do that? Besides, you've already recovered and you're not disabled. I'll get my mother to talk to him and see if, no need. To be honest, being a worker doesn't have much of a future. I'm still young. I want to go out and see if I can find a better opportunity. Then, will you be gone for a long time? No, just a few days. I'll walk around and ask around. Don't worry, I'll be back no matter what. With the money from the Yang family and the workshop, even if I can't find a job, I'll be able to live comfortably for a year. I don't have to worry about not being able to fill my stomach. That's good. It's good that you go out. You're a man and you should be successful. But, regardless of whether you can find a job or not, you must come back as soon as possible. Don't let us worry. Okay, Sister Ning. I'll be leaving now. Mount Mengjin. The left guard of Jinwu was stationed here. Mount Mang was a yellow mountain. It wasn't tall or dangerous. It was actually just a huge yellow mound. However, Mount Mang was very famous. Feng Shui masters believed that Mount Mang was a Feng Shui treasure land where one could rest their head on the Yellow River and their feet on the Iquebet. Therefore, it became the burial place of many emperors. There were at least 3 tombs for the Han Dynasty emperors. However, the founding emperor of the Eastern Han Dynasty, Lu Xiu, was not buried on the mountain. Instead, he was buried on the bank of the Yellow River in the shadow of the Mound Mountain. It was said that the crown prince of Emperor Guangwu of Han was very rebellious. In modern terms, he was a little like a donkey. He always liked to go against his father. When Lu Xiu was seriously ill and was about to die, he considered the personality of the donkey prince. If he asked to be buried on the mountain, his son would probably bury him on the riverbank. Therefore, he deliberately requested to be buried on the Yellow River after he died. Who knew that this donkey prince had been at odds with me for a lifetime? Seeing me die, he actually changed his attitude and obediently arranged the funeral according to my instructions. In the end, Lu Xiu's mausoleum was really arranged to be on the Yellow River. Han Guangwu was a hero all his life, but in the end, he couldn't always do as he wished. It could be seen that the younger generation had their own fortune. No matter how great an ancestor was, it was wishful thinking to plan for hundreds or thousands of years in the future. He had a bastard son, so he couldn't even make arrangements for his own future. This was the 5th day since Yang Fan left Luoyang. The night was deep and quiet. In the camp of the left guards of Jin of Wu, teams of soldiers were patrolling solemnly with their weapons in their hands. Apart from the occasional sound of checking the talismans and asking for the password, there was only the clanking sound of the patrolling soldiers' armor and the orderly footsteps in the silent camp. Dressed in a green robe, Yang Fan was like a fox hiding in the bushes as he stealthily crept to the edge of the camp. Taking advantage of the gap between the 2 patrol teams crossing each other, he put on the exorcist ghost mask and darted into the Jin Wu guards' camp. He had stayed at the foot of Mount Mang for 3 days. In these 3 days, he stayed in a farmer's house at the foot of Mount Mang. He climbed Mount Mang every day and carefully observed the layout of the Golden Insignia camp at the foot of Mount Mang during the day. At night, he observed the patrolling and defense situation of the camp. Now, he had already memorized the layout of the various tents in the Golden Insignia camp. He had also figured out the patrol time and movement pattern of the soldiers on the several routes of infiltration and retreat that he had hypothesized. The military camp was also tight on the outside but loose on the inside. In the era of peace, under the feet of the emperor, military discipline was strict because they were the imperial garrison. However, this was their encampment, and they couldn't make arrangements for the arrival of a great enemy day in and day out. After sneaking past a few patrol lines, Yang Fan could advance calmly. Qiu Shenji's tent was easy to find. Because this camp was the permanent encampment of the Golden Insignia, the commander's tent was not like the tents set up outside the camp. The commander's tent was located in a courtyard with 3 entrances. In fact, it was equivalent to a commander's mansion. The first courtyard was an extremely wide and grand meeting hall. Every day, Kyoshinji would beat the drums to gather the generals and discuss matters. The second courtyard was where Kyoshinji met with important officials and subordinates. The third courtyard was where he usually rested and lived. The defense of the commander's mansion was even stricter. Yang Fan had carefully observed the situation for 3 days. Because the soldiers had to carry a lantern when changing guards, he had observed from afar and knew the changing of guards like the back of his hand. There were 2 patrol squads in the commander's mansion. Each squad was divided into 3 small squads that took turns patrolling the front and back courtyards of the commander's mansion. One of the 2 squads changed guards at 2:45 in the morning and would withdraw at daybreak. The other squad changed guards at 2:45 in the morning and would not change guards in the middle of the night. The 2 squads changed guards at different times to prevent people from sneaking in when they changed guards at the same time. They had to change guards at night to prevent the soldiers from patrolling from nightfall until daybreak and not being able to maintain their energy and stamina. Yang Fan also discovered that when they changed guards, they had to call the names of the off-duty soldiers one by one to prevent strangers or soldiers who weren't on duty that night from sneaking in. Yang Fan had picked this moment. No matter how tight the defense was, if one of the squads temporarily withdrew from patrolling, it would weaken the strength of the patrol and make it easier for him to sneak in. But this time was very short. It was only the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. It was not difficult for him to accurately find Kyoshinji's quarters in such a short time. The difficult part was that he could not easily force a confession out of him like he did with Yang Mingxing. Yang Fan had already predicted this before he took action and made his decision. He would be straightforward and cut off his head with a knife. In such a dangerous environment, it would be wishful thinking to deal with a fierce general like Kyoshinji and do whatever he wanted. In such a dangerous environment, facing such a dangerous person, he had to kill him in one strike and then escape. If there was a mastermind behind the assassination of a person like Kyoshinji, he would not have to worry that he would not jump out. Yang Fan hid in the shadow of a barracks and waited patiently. During this time, a soldier in disheveled clothes came out of the barrack. Seeing that there was no one around, he casually peed on the wall of the barracks and entered the barracks in a daze. Other than this, there was no other movement. Finally, when it was time to change guards, Yang Fan hid there and could not see what was happening in the martial mansion. But calculating the time, it was time for the first squad of guards to change guards. Yang Fan flashed out of the shadows of the barracks like a ghost. In a flash, he silently entered the walls of the martial mansion. Sure enough, one of the guards was changing guards in the second courtyard. He could vaguely hear the sound of names being called. Yang Fan did not dare to be negligent. He immediately crouched and moved forward like a snake. In a flash, his figure flashed past a thicket. In another flash, he was crouching on the roof like a beast. He had long been familiar with the layout of the martial mansion. He quickly flashed into a courtyard and then flashed into a corridor. He ran like a leopard and his figure was hard to distinguish in the darkness. As soon as he disappeared, the sound of military boots of a group of patrolling soldiers rang out in the corridor. Kyoshinji's residence was the big house in the middle of the back courtyard. Yang Fan touched the saber on his waist, took a deep breath, and dashed out in a big stride. It only took him a few steps to reach the front of the main hall, which was about 6 feet away from his waist. Yang Fan pulled out the sharp saber and poured the prepared vegetable oil on the door shaft and the door lat. Then he inserted the tip of the saber and gently moved it. The door opened noiselessly. Yang Fan held the saber hilt in a reverse grip and lightly flashed into the room. He then gently closed the door. As soon as he turned around and took a step, he secretly shouted, "Not good." His foot seemed to have touched something. Suddenly, an alarm rang out in the room. The alarm only rang twice. Bang! 2 torches were lit up almost at the same time. From the side rooms on the left and right that were connected to the main hall, 2 rows of torches were lit one after another. Cha, cha, cha. There was a burst of chaotic sound of military boot. 2 rows of guards with sabers rushed out and surrounded Yang Fan in a formation of the wings of a goose. The lights were as bright as day. A general wearing a helmet and armor and a saber strapped to his ribs boldly walked in. This person was not tall, but he gave off a heavy feeling like a mountain. He had a full beard and a pair of thick eyebrows. His eyebrows were messy like overgrown weeds, growing out wantonly. He appeared to be full of murderous intent. This person was the fierce general of the Tang dynasty, the god of killing and ghost, Qiushenji. Qiushenji put on a posture of opening the door to welcome a thief. He laughed loudly and said, "Your Highness, I have been waiting for you for a long time." Under the same night sky, Ma Qiao sneaked out of his room and quietly went to Bao Yinin's house. Dry wood met fire, a strong man met a resentful woman. The 2 quickly entangled on the bed. After a while, the 2's hunger and thirst were slightly quenched. They hugged each other and whispered flirtatious words. Bao Yinin caressed the strong muscles on Ma Qiao's chest and said with hidden bitterness, "You, my enemy, are only willing to show your face once every few days. You are so heartless." Ma Qiao said, "It was difficult to come out in the past. Now that Xiao Fan is not in the workshop, I have to find an excuse to not let Anyang suspect me. I really have no choice. My precious Yin don't be angry." Bao Yinin said, "Humph. Seeing that the weather is turning cold, Adea sent a letter saying that he will be coming back from Daliang soon. At that time, how can I be intimate with you? I will inevitably have to wait until next spring for him to leave. I don't care. Tonight you must stay here. I want you to hug me to sleep." Ma Qiao said kindly, "Good sweetheart, good Yinin. I told old mother that I will come out to play cards. I will not stay up too late. Mother is worried. If she does not see me coming home, she will not be able to sleep well. I will come back tomorrow to accompany you. Spending the night here is out of the question." Bao Yinin pouted and said, "Then, you must accompany me a few more times tonight. Otherwise, how can I sleep alone in the cold?" Ma Qiao laughed twice and said, "Don't worry, little greedy cat. With a strong body like mine, do you think I will not be able to satisfy you?" Bao Yinin faintly said, "You come and go as you please. I am a merchant woman. Alone, so miserable. How can I spend the rest of my life with you?" Just as they were talking, the door was suddenly knocked a few times. A muffled voice was heard outside the door. Yinin, I am back." Chapter 93. The shout outside shocked Ma Qiao and Bao Yinin. It was as if a ladle of ice water had been poured over their heads. Their hands and feet were cold and they were dumbstruck. After a moment of shock, Bao Yinin said with a trembling voice, "My dead man is back. Why is he back? Why is he back now?" Ma Qiao also panicked. He lowered his voice and asked anxiously, "What's the point of saying all these useless things now? What should we do now? What should we do now?" The person outside knocked on the door and shouted, "Yinin, open the door! I'm Ada." The 2 of them were in a mess inside the room. Although there was a window on the wall, it was not wide. Moreover, it was a window with a pole, so the gap was relatively small. How could a tall and burly man like Ma Qiao squeeze through? Ma Qiao grabbed his clothes and shoes and hurriedly ran behind the screen. There was a toilet there, but it was a place to relieve himself. Bao Yinin said anxiously, "How can he hide here? What if he wants to relieve himself and bumped into you?" Ma Qiao said anxiously, "Then what should we do?" Bao Yinin quickly looked around the room and saw a cabinet next to the bed. She quickly said, "Quick, hide behind that." Ma Qiao did not have time to think and quickly hid behind the cabinet. It is already late autumn. Bao Yinin's husband, who suddenly came back, will not open the window and pass by in the middle of the night and find him. Coming. Is it Ada? Bao Yinin saw that Ma Qiao has hidden himself and quickly put on her nightgown. She tidied her hair and pretended to be sleepy. She went to the door and asked. The man outside the door said, "Ha ha, it's me. Wife, quickly open the door. I miss you so much." When Bao Yining heard the voice, she was sure it was her husband. She pulled the latch, but before she could pull the door opened and a black shadow fell in from outside. Bao Yining hastily stretched out her hand to catch it. Under the light of the lantern, she saw that it was her husband, Wu Guangde. Wu Guangde had a pouch on his shoulder, his face looked like a pig's liver, and the smell of alcohol assaulted her nostrils. Bao Yining saw that he was drunk and waved her hand to get rid of the smell. She frowned and asked, "Ada, why did you come back at this time? The door is closed. How did you come in? Where did you get so drunk?" Wu Guangde blinked his drunken eyes and pinched her cheek. He chuckled and said, I entered the city in the evening. I didn't have time to get back to the square, so I stayed at an inn in Huiran Square next to the city gate. I drank with a few friends who came back with me. While talking, Wu Guangde walked into the room. His steps were unstable and he staggered. When he reached the bed, Bao Yining did not manage to hold him back and he fell heavily on the bed. He reached out and pulled Bao Yining into his arms. While playing with her soft breasts, he said, "We were drinking wine when a family came to the square to pick up their bride. Hey! I saw them and recognized them. They were from the square. I said goodbye to my friends and followed the bride's family, and came back from the East Square gate. It turned out that when people got married at this time, they would have their wedding at night. That was why it was called a stupid ceremony. That was how the wedding came to be. Holding a wedding at dusk meant the alternation of yin and yang. If the bride's family was far away from the husband's family, or if the bride's family was holding a big wedding, then this stupid ceremony could be held until the middle of the night. When we read the strange tales from a Chinese studio, there is often a certain scholar who, in the middle of the night, saw 2 rows of lanterns and torches in a field, with a wind blowing and beating in front, and a small sedan chair in the middle, accompanied by a young master on horseback. That is the scene of a muddle-headed wedding ceremony. Wu Guangde came back from Daliang and hurried to Luoyang. Seeing that the door was about to close, it was too late to go home. He took advantage of the fact that the door of the Huiran Square had not closed yet and found an inn to stay with a few friends. They drank to their heart's content and waited to go home the next day. As a result, the family in the Xiuwen Square happened to be getting married that night. The in-laws lived in the Huiran Square, next to the small shop that Wu Guangde lived in. To get married at night, it was necessary to walk on the streets at night. Therefore, this family had already reported to the authorities in advance and obtained a permit to pass. The 2 workers in charge of the east gate of the Xiuwen workshop had also been arranged to wait for the wedding procession to return before closing the gate. Therefore, Wu Guangde followed the wedding procession back to the Xiuwen Square. Bao Yining did not expect that her husband would be able to come back even after the gate was closed. That was why she blocked Ma Qiao in the room. Fortunately, this Wu Guangde was very drunk. Looking at the situation, there was no need to worry about his adultery. Bao Yining felt a lot more at ease. Wu Guangde shifted his body and said, "I'm so thirsty. Wife, get me a cup of water." Bao Yining responded and struggled out of his embrace to pour a cup of water. Wu Guangde closed his eyes and in a daze, untied the knife at his waist and threw it to the side of the pillow. He also untied the pouch on his shoulder and put it to the side. Inside, there were some gold and silver ingots that he had earned from doing business. Because they were hanging by the side of the bed, they were heavy. When he let go, they slipped to the ground and made a dong sound. After Wu Guangde was drunk, he was already sleepy. When Bao Yining came back with the water, Wu Guangde gulped it down with a gu-dong-dong sound. He let out a burp that reeked of alcohol and started to sound drunk. "Husband Ada?" Bao Yining tried to call him and gently pushed him. Seeing that he did not respond, she lightly walked to the back of the wardrobe. She waved at Ma Qiao and gave him a look. Ma Qiao looked out and saw that the merchant Wu Guangde, who had just returned from Daliang, was already fast asleep. He quickly tiptoed out and stood behind the screen to put on his clothes. Bao Yining did not dare to make a sound and only helped him put on his clothes. The two of them were like acting a mime. Ma Qiao finished dressing and put on his boot. Just as he was about to run out of the room, he suddenly felt that he was missing something. He suddenly remembered that he had hurriedly put on his clothes and shoes and ran behind the wardrobe. He had forgotten to take the dagger on his head. Ma Qiao looked around and couldn't help but jump in fright. His head was right next to his pillow and was being pressed down by Wu Guangde's saber. Fortunately, Wu Guangde had returned drunk, otherwise, he would have definitely been discovered. Ma Qiao quickly pointed to the dagger on Wu Guangde's pillow. Bao Yining turned her head to look. She was a little scared and nervous. She hesitated and looked at Ma Qiao. Ma Qiao was annoyed. He pretended to stomp his feet. He pouted his lips at Wu Guangde and glared at Bao Yining. Bao Yining hesitated for a moment. She gritted her teeth and turned around. She gently took the dagger from Wu Guangde's side and quickly ran back to Ma Qiao's side. Her voice was slightly trembling. She said softly, "Is this okay?" His return was seen by the bride in the square. "If you kill him, how can you not alert the authorities? If you really want to kill him, why don't you wait until next spring when he comes back to Daliang? Kill him halfway and bury him in the wilderness. No one will know. After a year or so, I will report to the authorities that he is missing. Then I will be your real husband and wife." Ma Qiao saw that she came back with the dagger. He felt strange. He didn't know what she was going to do with the dagger. After listening to her words, he was shocked. He stared at the woman who had just been with him. It was as if he just met her. He was infatuated with this woman's charm. He didn't know that her heart was so poisonous. One night as husband and wife means 100 days of love. How could she be so cruel? Bao Yining saw that the way he stared at her became strange. She thought that he was unhappy. She quickly explained in a small voice, "My enemy, I don't want to be with you. I'm just worried that you didn't do it cleanly. If the authorities investigate, it will be troublesome. If you have a proper way, I will settle this with you right now. What's wrong with that disgusting thing?" Ma Qiao couldn't hold back his anger anymore. He pushed Bao Yining away. He walked over in big strides. He grabbed Bao Yining's head and turned to leave. Bao Yining understood his intention. She couldn't help but cry out. Her face turned red. Ma Qiao loathed this poisonous woman. His face was cold. He didn't say anything. He walked out. Bao Yining saw his face. She was terrified. She quickly pulled him back. She explained in a low voice, "I misunderstood. Qiaolang, please don't be angry." Ma Qiao cursed in a low voice, "Pig and dog's heart. What kind of thing is that?" He shook his arm. He shook off Bao Yining and walked out. Bao Yining was wearing cloth socks. He couldn't stand steadily on the floor. He cried out and fell backward. Ma Qiao ignored him. He pushed the door and walked out. The pouch containing the gold and silver ingots fell to the floor. Bao Yining fell backward. The back of his head hit the ingot. Blood gushed out. He fell unconscious. Ma Qiao had already left. He didn't notice anything. Wu Guangde was sleeping soundly on the bed. He didn't know anything either. The next morning, because Ma Qiao didn't need to be on duty today, he didn't need to wake up so early. He slept until the sun rose. Ma Qiao washed up and dressed. He slowly walked out of his house. He saw his neighbors were walking hurriedly in the same direction. He was surprised. He was about to ask someone what happened when he saw Su Fangzheng rushing over. Ma Qiao quickly went up to him. "Basho," he said, "what happened? What is everyone rushing to see?" Su Fangzheng stamped his feet. "Bad luck, really bad luck. Something bad has happened in our workshop. We've really attracted evil spirit. I need to find a Taoist priest to do some exorcism. He left in a hurry. Ma Qiao was dumbfounded. Just as he was about to follow the crowd to take a look, he saw Jiang Suning also rushing over. He hurriedly stepped forward to stop her and said, "Xiaoning, aren't you doing your business? What are you doing here? Is there a ghost in our shop?" As soon as Jiang Suning saw it was Ma Qiao, he halted his steps and said, "That's terrible. Yesterday our merchant Wu Guangda came back drunk. I don't know how, but he accidentally killed his wife. Early this morning when he woke up from his drunken stupor, he found out that his wife's corpse was already cold. There was no way to save her. Now this matter has spread. The Bao family is crying and making a fuss. The government has sent people to arrest him." When Ma Qiao heard this, he was stunned. Chapter 94. The waves stopped the flying boat, and the raging waves slammed against the cliff. A few seagulls flew past the top of the wave. A white-haired, white-bearded old man in sackcloth sat steadily on a rock in the middle of the raging waves. He held a fishing rod in his hand, and the fishing float was in the white waves, but his sharp old eyes seemed to be able to see it clearly. Not far from him, a barefooted youth stood amidst the low reefs that had been washed by the waves over and over again. The youth's back was bare, and he only had a loincloth wrapped around his waist. He stood firmly on the slippery reefs in a horse stance, allowing the waves to hit him one after another. "Great Master, you don't know, but your legend is widely spread in the Tang dynasty. Everyone knows your name. People say that Curly Beard has never tasted defeat in his life, and that he is invincible in the world. People also say that although you did not seize the world, in the Green Forest Road, from ancient times until now, there is no one who can stand shoulder to shoulder with Great Master." The youth stood in a horse stance, letting the waves hit his body as he spoke loudly to the old man sitting high on the cliff. The old man laughed loudly and said, "Undefeated in the world? Is that what the people say? Well, that makes sense. This is in line with the hero image in their hearts. Even if I personally stand up to deny it, I'm afraid it won't work. Haha, how can there be a general who always wins in this world? How can there be an undefeated hero? When this old man roamed the pugilistic world, I met the heroes of the world, and wanted to do great things. When have I not been defeated? When have I not been chased by others? If you can't win, you have to run. Those who don't run are idiots. It's said that heroes shouldn't be judged by success or failure, but there are too many ordinary people in this world. How many people cannot judge heroes by success or failure? So, when doing things you can forget about other things, but you must think of a way out. If this old man died back then, what's there to brag about? I would just be the same as Du Fuwei, Dou Jianda, Wang Bodong, and Li Mi. But people won't remember these things. The hero in the hearts of the people will be praised to be perfect, and in the end, you won't even recognize that the person they are talking about is you. Grand Master also has times of failure? Of course there is. There's a limit to a person's strength. I don't dare to say that I'm invincible in a one-on-one fight. Moreover, who would want to fight you one-on-one in a fight for the world? Even if you have the ability to reach the heavens, you'll still be exhausted to death. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm not strong enough, why would I need to hide overseas? Fanner heard that Grand Master once entered the Taiyuan prefecture and met the king of Qin, Li Shimin. Seeing that he was in high spirits and had an unusual appearance, he had the aura of a king, and he had the appearance of a true dragon and son of heaven. Thus, he left in a carefree manner, scattered all his wealth, and went overseas. The old man burst out laughing. "Oh my God! Bulsh *t. If he, Li Er, becomes the emperor, he will have the emperor's aura. If he doesn't become the emperor, he will just be Li Er. Above him is Big Li, and above Big Li is Granny Li Yuan. How can Li Er have the emperor's aura? Ha ha, this must be made up by those shameless scholars who flatter Li Er." The hemp-robed old man was overjoyed. At the end of the Sui dynasty, the world was in chaos. There were no less than 100 volunteer armies. Where are they now? It's not that I don't want to fight, it's just that I can't win against Li Yuan. The Li family was one of the 8 pillars of the kingdom during the Wei and Jin dynasties. It has been passed down from generation to generation. It has a deep foundation and great power. I'm born with a lack of talent. How can I compete with him? I gave up on fighting for hegemony because I was sensible. He retracted the fishing rod in his hand, and a fresh silver fish jumped out of the water. The old man swiftly took off the hook and threw the fish into the fish basket. He placed the bait and threw the fish into the sea again. He said, however, it seems that although Li Er has become an emperor, he is far less happy than I am. The people of this small Nanyang country are simple and easy. They have no worries about the country and no power to scheme. I was full of pride in the past. Now that I'm old, I've probably gotten over it. I feel that out of all the heroes of the Sui dynasty, I'm the only one who lived the happiest life in my life. Those kings who lost their lives can't compare to me, but even Li Er can't compare to me. The hemp-robed old man glanced at the youth standing in the waves and said, Son, you have to remember, you have to leave a way out for yourself. No matter what you do, you have to think about failure before you think about victory. People say that I, curly beard, am unstoppable. Let me tell you, martial arts is just a small path. A person who only relies on martial arts is destined to never become a great person. Even if he becomes invincible in the world, he will only be a tool in the hands of others. The real power lies here. The hemp-robed old man pointed at his head and said, An ignorant man cannot achieve great things. Great master is wise. Hee hee, you brat, don't flatter me. You're just too old and cunning. Ha 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 ha, whoosh. Another huge wave came crashing. Perhaps this wave had been charging for a long time. The youth's upper body swayed slightly. Yang Fan frowned and woke up from his dream. He opened his eyes slightly and saw a ray of clear light coming through the wooden door. It was almost dawn. Yang Fan sat up slowly and put on his shoes carefully. He opened the wooden door and walked out. A green mountain was in front of him. The green mountain was half hidden in the mist. The faintly discernible clouds at the waist of the mountain made everything in his vision look like a dream. This was a call in Mount Wangwu. Mount Mang was only a few dozen miles away from Luoyang. He could reach it in a day. Yang Fan left Luoyang for 5 days and only reached Mount Mang on the 3rd day. What did he do in those 2 days? Find a way out. Before thinking about victory, think about failure first. Great Master's teachings had always been engraved in his mind. He first bought a horse and a pair of saddles. He disguised himself as a traveling merchant and found a villager in a hidden call in Mount Wangwu. He claimed to be a merchant who wanted to buy mountain products. He paid the deposit and said that he would stay for a few days. Then, he rushed to Mengjin. On the night of the infiltration, he tied the horse in the forest outside the camp and made all the preparations in case of failure. When Qiushenji laughed and said, I've been waiting for you for a long time, Yang Fan immediately moved. Yang Fan was as quiet as a virgin and as agile as a rabbit. He withdrew, retreated, dodged, went up the house and pounced on the wall. The whole movement was done in one breath. His reaction speed and agility were indescribable. Seeing the scene, he knew that his plan had failed. The assassination had turned into an open battle. In the enemy's camp, regardless of the outcome, he would be dead. In the words of his great master, then what's the point of fighting? It was not shameful to run. He could still regroup and make a comeback. Losing was not shameful. He could continue to work hard and turn defeat into victory. Doing it despite knowing that it was impossible was hopelessly stupid. Such an idiot deserved to die. Yang Fan did not want to become the idiot that his great master spoke of. So, he decisively slipped away. His speed was so fast that even Qiushenji was shocked. Qiushenji drew his saber and gave chase. Along the way, they only exchanged 3 blows. The sharp blade cut a wound on the back of Yang Fan's waist. This was a cut that Yang Fan had purposely let go. He used this cut to buy himself an opportunity to successfully break out of the encirclement. He dashed into the forest, cut the reins, and mounted the horse. He was not good at riding a horse, playing ball, jumping, and turning, but by using the horse as a substitute for walking, it was not difficult to shake off his pursuers in a short period of time. It was just that he was dizzy from the jolting. In the process of escaping, they only exchanged 3 blows. But the process of their fight was still fresh in Yang Fan's mind. He was sure that Qiushenji's saber skills were godlike, even better than his. If it was his master, Zhang Kuo, he could definitely defeat Qiushenji. Even if it was his big brother, Zhang Xiaowei, he might be able to fight evenly with Qiushenji. But he could not. He practiced very hard, and his foundation was very solid. But martial arts needed to be settled and accumulated. There was no shortcut to success overnight. He was not Qiushenji's match now. However, he could not wait a few more years to deal with Qiushenji. It was not realistic to wait for his martial arts to become more powerful and for Qiushenji to be old and weak. Qiushenji had the military power. Did he have to fight him alone? His only chance of success was assassination. But since Qiushenji, who was heavily guarded, knew of his existence, was it possible to assassinate him? Unless he had a spy by Qiushenji's side, who could accurately know every detail of Qiushenji's daily life, even if he guarded outside the military camp for 10 years, it would be no different than 3 days. And Qiushenji was someone he had to kill. In the beginning, he still had some doubts about whether the person Yang Mingxing revealed was really the murderer of the massacre of the village. But now he was sure that Qiushenji's formation clearly showed that he was the culprit behind the massacre of the village. The deaths of Yang Mingxing and Kai Dongqing had raised his vigilance. Even when he was watching the military camp on the Rogue Mountain, Qiushenji had already noticed the existence of such a person. He had to take revenge. But it was not easy to kill him. Yang Fan stood on the mountain with his hands behind his back. Looking at the clouds on the mountainside and the fog on the mountaintop, he was confused. It was like the illusory clouds on the mountain. When he was young, he thought that he would never have the chance to seek justice for his parents and loved ones. Later, the figure of Zhang Bao furiously barging into the military governor's office opened a door in his young heart. From then on, he was infatuated, pursued, and trained hard in martial arts, hoping that he could rely on the bravery of an ordinary man to avenge his parents. But now he realized that the power of the culprit was too great. He could deal with Yang Mingxing and Kai Dongqing by force, but Qiushenji was not only better than him in martial arts, but also had the military power. He could not deal with him by force alone. There was also that Miao Shenke. From what he knew, this person was only a scholar without the strength to truss a chicken. Even if he did not know martial arts, with just his strong body, he should be able to finish off this old and weak scholar. However, just because Miao Shenke's whereabouts were in the hands of a woman in the palace, he could only look on and sigh. In this world, the courage of an ordinary man could sometimes be of use even to an emperor, but most of the time, the courage of an ordinary man was useless. There was no sword immortal or divine hero in this world that could truly transcend worldly power. Then, in the face of the enormous worldly power, could an individual's bravery withstand a blow? Maybe I should grasp power. The knife of power is far sharper than the knife of martial arts. But the road of official career is also 1,000 times more difficult than learning martial arts from a famous teacher. This morning, Yang Fan looked at the fog on the mountain and the mountain in the fog and thought about many things. Vaguely, he seemed to have caught something, but also seemed to have caught nothing. Chapter 95. The merchant who killed his wife, Wu Guangda, was sentenced to death by the Luoyang prefecture. This news quickly spread in the Xiaowen workshop. Some people remembered that old Wu was usually a good person and couldn't help but sigh at his foolish actions. Some people said that he had fallen in love with someone else and changed his wife, because he was rich. They cursed and scolded him, feeling great satisfaction. There were many different situations. That day Wu Guangda was drunk. When he woke up, he was shocked to find his wife, Bao Yining, lying on the floor with a pool of blood on the back of her head. In shock, he went forward to check her breathing. She had been dead for a long time. He panicked and ran out the door screaming. A patrolling Marquis Wu heard the news and came to visit. Seeing this scene, he quickly went to the streets to find the patrolling officers of the Luoyang prefecture. When the officials came to investigate the scene, they found his pouch on the floor. Madame Bao had fallen on her back and the back of her head hit a silver ingot. She died just like that. The cause of her death must have been caused by the pouch hitting the back of her head. But why she fell was the key. How could Wu Guangda explain it clearly? He could only vaguely say that his wife slipped and fell. However, Bao Yining's family heard the news and rushed over. They did not let it go and ran to the officials crying and making a fuss. They insisted that Wu Guangda killed his wife and fabricated the scene. Tang Zong, young Master Tang, who handled the case, did not want to meddle, but the victim's family did not want to, so they could only continue investigating. They found out that Wu Guangda had a mistress in Daliang. That young mistress was 17 years old and was as beautiful as a flower. Wu Guangda doted on her. Wu Guangda's mistress in Daliang was even more luxurious than his residence in the Xiaowen workshop. Then they found out that Wu Guangda, as a traveling merchant, felt that using Tong Bao and silk to trade was too troublesome. He actually used gold and silver in private to settle transactions with others. Although keeping mistresses was a common practice for merchants at that time, it involved the killing of his wife. This became a major suspect. Adding to the fact that he used gold and silver in violation of the rules, he also lost face in front of Tang Zong. Tang Zong began to interrogate him strictly. Poor Wu Guangda, after returning home, slept soundly. When he woke up drunk, he did not even remember how he got home that night and what he said to his wife. How could he explain? Tang Zong saw that he did not confess, so he ordered his men to torture him. In a society ruled by man, no matter how clear the impression left on later generations was, it was impossible to act according to the law. Even the legendary Bao Qintian, who was said to be a god in judging cases and enforcing the law like a mountain, when he was the prefectural magistrate of Kaifeng, he had also done something like extorting confessions, resulting in a confession under torture. In reality, it was even more common for someone to be beaten to death in court. How could Wu Guangda endure such hardship? Wu Guangda could not bear the pain under the 3 trees, so he had no choice but to answer the jailer's question vaguely. This proved that he was guilty of murder. The case was reported to Zhou Xing of the Ministry of Justice, who immediately approved. Hang him. In the Tang dynasty there were 2 ways of killing, beheading and hanging. Hanging would leave the body intact. Wu Guangda's case did not involve the politics of the court and was just an ordinary civil case. Zhou Xing, who was famous for his harsh punishments, had no interest in it at all. He was busy tormenting those officials, so he casually approved it. Actually, according to the law, a case that was sentenced to capital punishment still had to be reviewed and reported to the emperor. This was a 3-step process. However, due to the recent series of incidents, including the death of a few court officials, there was some unrest in the city. Thus, Zhou Xing decided to sentence Wu Guangda harshly and quickly. There were so many officials who were imprisoned in his prison, and many of them were beaten to death without being sentenced. Why would he care about a small merchant? It was autumn now. If Wu Guangda was not executed in time, he would have to spend another half a year in prison, waiting for his execution next autumn. Thus, the efficiency of the officials increased. After 2 days of preparation and going through all the necessary procedures, Wu Guangda was escorted out for a public execution. Executions of criminals had always been carried out in the downtown area. This was called abandoning the market. The intention was to use the execution of criminals to intimidate thieves and evildoers, so that they would not dare to harbor any evil intentions. On the day of Wu Guangda's execution, many people in the workshop who knew him ran over to watch the commotion. The time of execution in the Tang dynasty was between 1 and 5 in the afternoon. The news spread throughout the workshop on the first day. Ever since he woke up in the morning, Ma Qiao had been restless and restless. At noon, he hastily ate a few mouthfuls of rice. When he really could not eat any more, he said to his mother, "Mother, your son wants to go out for a walk and watch the execution." His mother jokingly scolded, "You look like you've lost your soul, so I knew you had something to do. What's so interesting about killing people? The blood stings are scary. If you want to go, then go. Come back early and don't cause trouble outside." "Ah, then, your son is going," Ma Qiao replied and hurriedly left the room. The execution ground was located between Nan City and Jiashan Lane. It was an extremely bustling place. At noon, before the criminals were released from the prison officials sent food and wine to the criminals who were to be executed that day, so that they could die with a full stomach. There were a total of 7 criminals that were to be executed that day. Wu Guangda's hair was disheveled and his face dirty. He blankly sat in his cell. He really did not know how he killed his wife and how he ended up like this. After a while, the time came. One by one, the 7 criminals boarded the prison cart and were escorted to the execution ground. Outside the execution ground, there was a sea of people, bustling with activity. Ma Qiao squeezed into the crowd, also raising his head to watch. When the 7 criminals were escorted to the execution ground, the crowd was in an uproar. The Wu family members were crying loudly, but they were stopped by the officials outside the execution ground. Tang Zong, dressed in official robes, solemnly entered the execution shed and read out the verdict. 3 criminals were brought to the execution platform. These 3 were extremely evil people and were sentenced to death. Each of the criminals was given a bowl of wine. After drinking the wine, the saber was waved. 3 streaks of blood flashed and 3 heads fell to the ground. The execution platform was covered in blood. The excitement of the crowd had reached a climax. Everyone was talking and laughing. Occasionally, there were some miserable cries from the families of the deceased. Following that, the 4 criminals who were to be hanged were also brought to the execution platform. Nooses were placed around their necks, and they were temporarily forced to kneel on the ground. Each person was given a bowl of wine. Wu Guangda held the bowl in his hand and tears streamed down his face. Big drops of tears fell into the bowl. Wu Guangda wept and said, "Today I'm going to die. Although I didn't become a hungry ghost, I'm still a confused ghost." As he finished speaking, tears streamed down his face like rain. Wu Guangda held the bowl of wine and raised his head to gulp it down. The executioner had been executing criminals for many years and had seen all sorts of strange behaviors. He looked on coldly from the side and didn't care. Who would bother with a person who was about to die? Son, you're so confused. If you want to raise an outsider, then raise an outsider. Why do you have to be so obsessed and want to help her? You killed your wife. If you die, how do you expect me to live? My son, my son. A sorrowful voice suddenly cried out. Ma Qiao turned his head and saw that the wailing woman was not far away from him. 2 middle-aged men were supporting her and trying to console her with tears streaming down their faces. They were probably her sons. The old woman had a head full of white hair and was pounding her chest and stamping her feet. From her crying, it was clear that she was Wu Guangda's mother. "Mother, your son is innocent. Your son is innocent." On the execution platform, Wu Guangda looked at his mother and closed his eyes tightly. Tears flowed uncontrollably from his eyes. "Start the execution." Tang Zong picked up a red stick and threw it in front of the table. He sternly ordered. Behind the 4 pillars, the ropes were pulled up. The 4 criminals couldn't help but stand up. but the ropes continued to rise. Their feet left the ground and their bodies were suspended in the air. "Son," the old woman cried out and fainted. The two men supporting her hurriedly put her down and pinched her philtrum to save her. With Wu Guangda's death today, no one would know the true cause of Bao Yinin's death. Ma Qiao could also get away scot-free. However, the scene in front of him deeply pierced his heart. The fear and hesitation in Ma Qiao's heart immediately disappeared. He suddenly separated his arms and squeezed through the crowd. He quickly rushed forward and shouted, "Don't hurt the innocent! I killed her!" The surrounding commoners saw someone rushing to the front. Initially, they were very unwilling to use their backs to block. But when he shouted, they couldn't help but be shocked. Voila! The crowd split to the left and right, allowing him to rush to the front. Two men holding swords stopped him. Ma Qiao pointed to the execution platform and shouted, "Let him down! I killed her! I killed her! Ma Qiao killed her! It has nothing to do with Wu Guangda." Behind the execution platform, Tang Zong suddenly stood up. His face changed and he asked, "What did he say?" "Uncle, Auntie, I'm leaving. These days, I'm indebted to you for your hospitality. I'm very grateful." Yang Fan stood at the entrance of the mountain. He turned around and cupped his hands towards the mountain people who were sending him off. The mountain people were simple people. Everything in their house depended on the mountains. The mushrooms and vegetables they picked, the wild hares and pheasants they caught were used to entertain the guests. They didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it, but they received a very generous reward from him. They felt very apologetic. Today, when Yang Fan was leaving, the whole family sent him off. "Big brother, take this smoked rabbit and eat it on the way." The hostess was a village woman with a round face and a strong body. She forced a wrapped smoked rabbit into Yang Fan's hands. Yang Fan couldn't refuse and took it. He put it into his horse bag and cupped his hands towards them. He held the horse's reins and walked down the mountain. The simple and honest old farmer's lips moved a few times. In the end, he didn't say anything polite. He just smiled and waved at him. The big yellow dog on his knee barked twice. In the lush green, there was a small path about a foot wide that had been trodden out over the years. The trees on both sides were dense and some unknown red and yellow pea-sized fruits were scattered all over the trees and shrubs. He didn't know what these fruits were. The mountains in the distance were verdant. Looking back, the mountain hut was already hidden in the verdant green. Only a corner of the eaves could be faintly seen. It gave people a sense of tranquility when they looked at it. Yang Fan let out a light breath. Whether it was the sea of the Nanyang or the mountains of Wangu, they all gave him a sense of peace and freedom. He liked this kind of peaceful life. But in life, many times he couldn't choose the life he wanted according to his heart. This time, he still had to plunge into a reign of terror. Suddenly, Yang Fan was a little envious of his great master's free and easy life. Yang Fan didn't directly rush to Luoyang. He first rushed to a nearby town, sold his horse, and disposed of all suspicious items. Then, he rented a mule and rushed back to Luoyang. When Yang Fan returned to the Xiuwen workshop, it was just past noon. As soon as he entered the workshop, Yang Fan sensed that the atmosphere was a little strange. There weren't many people on the street, but their expressions were a little strange. Even these few people gathered together and whispered to each other, shaking their heads and sighing. Seeing this, Yang Fan suddenly became suspicious. Note: this case is based on a real case from the Tang dynasty. The difference is, in the real case, it wasn't the man who was having an affair that pushed the woman to her death. Instead, it was the woman who was so angry that she snatched the knife and killed him. Later, because her husband was wrongly convicted, she voluntarily turned herself in. Human nature is complicated. Everyone has their own moral standard. If they don't conform to your moral values in one matter, it doesn't mean that they don't have high moral values in another matter. There are many people in the marketplace who are loyal. Ma Qiao is a typical marketplace person. He's lazy, lustful, sneaky, and doesn't seek to improve himself. But he's also a person who values affection. He values family, values friendship, and has a sense of responsibility. Ordinary people couldn't compare to outstanding big shots in some aspects, but in some aspects they weren't inferior to them, or even better. A person with flaws all over the body also has a bright spot. A person who is praised as a saint also has flaws and flaws. This is a person. This is a person. This is a person's charm. Chapter 96. Yang Fan hesitated for a moment and secretly raised his guard. Suddenly, he saw Su Fangzheng coming out of an alley with his hands behind his back and a frown on his face. Yang Fan quickly went up to greet him. Su Fangzheng. Su Fangzheng saw him and stopped. "Oh, Xiao Fan is back." Yang Fan said, "Yes, I went out for a few days and didn't find a proper job." "Basho, did anything happen in our workshop? Why does everyone look so weird?" "Our workshop?" Sigh. Su Fangzheng shook his head and sighed. "You, go take a look at Ma Qiao. This child is finished this time." Yang Fan was shocked. "What happened to Ma Qiao?" Su Fangzheng shook his head and sighed. "The child has no mother, it's a long story. If you wait for me to finish, I'm afraid you won't even be able to see him for the last time. You better go take a look." Alright. Yang Fan didn't have time to say more and ran towards the Ma residence. Su Fangzheng quickly called out to him, "Where are you going?" "He's going to be executed at Nan City's south gate. If he's at home, what else could happen?" "Execution?" Yang Fan was even more shocked and quickly ran out, thinking as he ran, "Execution? It's only been a few days, what happened to Ma Qiao?" Su Fangzheng looked up at the sky, then shook his head and sighed, then looked down at the ground, shook his head and sighed again, stomping his feet. "No, I have to exorcise the evil." Sigh. "Erwo, go to Hongsho Monastery and get Taoist Ijua." "Taoist Ijua has become a monk, go look for him in the city, and see which Taoist is still around, invite him to the workshop to perform an exorcism, go." At the crossroads, there were more people gathered to watch the show than the last time when the 7 criminals were executed. But this time, there was only one person to be killed. His name was Ma Qiao. Ma Qiao was now a celebrity in Luoyang. Although he had committed adultery with the wife of the merchant Wu Guangda, and it was he who accidentally tripped the woman to death, the authorities did not find out anything about him. However, on the execution ground, he stood up and openly admitted his crimes, saving the innocent Wu Guangda. In the hearts of the Tang people, many people were too lazy to criticize him for having an affair, but they praised him for his righteous actions. Therefore, there were even more onlookers today. Some came to watch the show, while others wanted to see this person with their own eyes. In fact, some people who knew the inside story and were familiar with the law felt unfair for Ma Qiao. Because according to the law of the Tang Empire, except for intentional homicide, other crimes could be absolved if they were not investigated by the government and voluntarily surrendered. But for those who knew these things, who would offend the Luoyang government and Zhou Xing of the Ministry of Justice for a commoner, the Luoyang prefecture was angry that this case of almost killing an innocent person had given the Luoyang prefecture a bad reputation for not handling the case properly and had lost face. As a result, they decided to sentence Ma Qiao to death for intentional homicide. Ma Qiao, on the other hand, didn't understand the law at all. He didn't understand that there was such a big difference between writing murder in anger and pushing to death on the charge sheet. When he first turned himself in, he already had the idea that he was going to die. He also felt that although Bao Yining was vicious, he didn't deserve to die by his hands. He also felt that he deserved to end up like this, so he didn't care about the details of the confession and actually signed it. Jiang Suning and his mother supported the horse's mother, and looked at Ma Qiao on the execution platform with tears in their eyes. Tied up, Ma Qiao knelt on the execution platform with the word, "behead," stuck on his back. All the brothers of the Ma family were here. Ma Qiao had 6 brothers from his father's generation, 3 aunts, and 6 elders who were still alive. He had even more cousins of the same generation. Today, almost all of the Ma family were here, occupying a corner of the execution ground, but they did not carry the coffin. This was because after Wu Zetian came to power, she advocated the revival of the Zhou rite. According to the Zhou rites, criminals who abandoned the city and died had to be displayed for 3 days before their families were allowed to collect their bodies. The 6 criminals who were executed a few days ago had their bodies exposed for 3 days before their families were allowed to collect their bodies. Although Ma Qiao had surrendered, they could not make an exception. The person supervising the execution today was not the Luoyang commandant, Tang Zong. Last time, Tang Zong had almost mistakenly killed Wu Guangde. This was a case that he had personally handled, so he had lost a lot of face. Of course, he would not come to make a fool of himself this time. The person supervising the execution was another official from the Luoyang prefecture, pushing official Ju Pu. Ma Qiao knelt on the execution platform and looked at his mother, who was sobbing uncontrollably. He shouted, "Mother, your son is unfilial and has failed to live up to your kindness in raising me." As he said this, Ma Qiao kowtowed 3 times. Ma Qiao straightened his back, his cheeks stained with tears, and said to the brothers of the Ma family, "Brothers, Ma Qiao has passed away. From now on, I will leave Gaotang and Gaotang in your hands." As he finished, he bent down and kowtowed 3 more times. The supervisor of the execution, Du Pu, frowned slightly. He stretched out his body and took out a red stick, tossing it to the front of the table. He said in a deep voice, "The time has come, execute." A bare-chested executioner in red clothes and a red headscarf took a bowl of wine and said to Ma Qiao, "Ma, you are a real man. I admire you very much. Today I will send you off on your journey. Please drink this bowl of wine and be happy on your way." This man's face was fierce, but his tone was surprisingly gentle. Ma Qiao looked at him and nodded. "Thank you, brother, for lending me your hand. I will drink this bowl of wine." The executioner laughed and said, "Good." He brought the bowl of wine to his mouth and Ma Qiao started to gulp it down. Ma Qiao usually fought with people in the streets and was not afraid of death. Other than being afraid of ghosts, he had always been known as a brave horse. But today, with death at hand, he could not help but feel timid. Now that he had drunk this bowl of wine in one go, his head was slightly dizzy, but his timid feeling had lessened a lot. After drinking the bowl of wine to the last drop, Ma Qiao gasped for breath and licked a drop of wine from the corner of his lip. He looked at his mother again. Seeing that her son was about to be beheaded, Ma's mother felt a pain in her heart and fainted. "Hero, it's time to go." The executioner bellowed and raised the ghost head blade in his hand. "Stop!" Following a loud shout, a public servant who was maintaining order fell to the ground with a cry. A bright knife light flew up to the execution platform and knocked away the executioner's knife. A figure then pounced into the execution platform and grabbed the ghost head knife. With a flash, the figure cut off the rope binding Ma Qiao's back. "Let's go!" The man, whose face was covered with a green cloth, shouted and pulled Ma Qiao away. At this time, the public servant who was maintaining order crawled up from the ground in embarrassment. He angrily pulled out the knife from his waist and shouted, "Someone is robbing the execution ground." Unexpectedly, when he tried to grab it, he only grabbed the scabbard. Only then did he realize that when he was pushed, the knife was also taken away. The masked man held the knife in his hand and pulled Ma Qiao to a corner. "Robbing the execution ground! Robbing the execution ground!" The common people who were watching from all around shouted. They were a little panicked but also a little excited. The people at the back desperately squeezed forward, wanting to see this once-in-a-century robbing of the execution ground. The people in front were afraid that they would accidentally hurt themselves, so they desperately moved back. The execution ground immediately became a mess. There were so many brothers and sisters in the Ma family, and there was no lack of quick-witted and clever ones among them. When they saw this scene, they immediately scurried around the execution ground, desperately creating a better opportunity for Ma Qiao to escape. Robbing the execution ground was an everlasting scene in storytelling and dramas, but in reality, it would not happen even once in 100 years. Those public servants were used to doing their job. Usually, when they executed criminals, the most they would encounter was a family member crying too hard, or there were too many people watching one day, and they would rush over the wooden poles at the four corners of the execution ground. When had they ever seen robbing the execution ground? They were inexperienced and could not react for a moment. The masked man pulled Ma Qiao along, fought off the two officials, and charged into the crowd. With over 1,000 people mixed together, how could he find them? More than 20 public servants, who were responsible for maintaining order in the execution ground, were running around with knives in their hand. The crowd was so noisy that it was impossible to distinguish who was a criminal and who was a common person. Ma Qiao's mother slowly woke up from her coma and screamed. "My son," Jiang Suning happily called out, "Auntie, Ma Qiao has been rescued by someone. Someone is robbing the execution ground." As Jiang Suning said this, a doubt arose in his heart. Strange, who is the rescuer? Look at the back of the masked man, why does he look like Xiao Fan? The masked man pulled Ma Qiao and ran wildly. After shaking off the public servants, he ran into Jiashan Lane and made a few turns in the streets and alleys. Finally, he stopped in a secluded alley and turned back to look at Ma Qiao. With a hoarse voice of a middle-aged man, he said, "I'm afraid you can't go back to your home. Take advantage of the fact that the city gate is not sealed. Quickly leave the city and take refuge." Ma Qiao stared at him and said, "Xiao Fan?" A strange look appeared in the masked man's eyes. In a hurry, he only tore a piece of his robe to cover his face. His hair and skin were unadorned. He did look younger than the middle-aged man, but how could Ma Qiao be so sure that it was him? Ma Qiao said with certainty, "Xiao Fan, I know it's you." There was a slight hesitation in the masked man's eyes. Then he pulled off his mask and revealed his face. It was indeed Yang Fan. Yang Fan asked with a puzzled expression, "How did you recognize me?" Ma Qiao also had a strange look on his face. He said, "I didn't recognize you. I only know that it must be you. Who else would save me?" Haha, actually, that night at Yang Longzhong's residence, when Huang Qilin was killed, I saw it. I saw you shoot Hua Shaoqian to death with one arrow. Then you jumped back and fell on the ground, pretending to be unconscious. Yang Fan was startled. His eyes showed a trace of warmth. He patted Ma Qiao's shoulder and said, "This is not the place to talk. I will accompany you out of the city first." The criminal was robbed at the execution ground, which was right under the feet of the emperor. It immediately caused a huge uproar in the capital. The supervisor of the execution, Su, was extremely angry. He ordered his men to report back to the yamen. He also ordered his men to inform the 9 cities to strengthen the checks on the people entering and leaving the city. He then led the rest of the officials and aggressively chased in the direction where Yang Fan disappeared. Yang Fan threw away his saber and mask. He and Ma Qiao passed through the streets and alleys. They only took small paths and hurried to the city gate. They saw a long queue of people coming in and out of the city gate. Many people were complaining. Ma Qiao's expression changed. He said, "Not good. We can't get out in time." At this time, they saw 7 or 8 officials running towards the city gate with sabers in their hand. One of them was the supervisor of the execution, Tu Po. The supervisor of the execution, Tu Po, angrily shouted, "Increase the security. The yamen has sent more people. We must catch the criminal. We must catch the criminal who robbed the execution ground. We can't stay here. Let's go." Yang Fan pulled Ma Qiao back into the alleys and fled in another direction. At this time, White Horse Temple Shuehuai was leading a group of shameless monks. He was swaggering along the road. Suddenly, he saw many officials rushing back and forth with sabers and sticks in their hands. He couldn't help but wonder, what are these yamen dogs busy with? Chapter 97. Before Shuehuai could finish his sentence, he saw a middle-aged man wearing a round-collared, wide-sleeved robe and a scholar's scarf strolling on the street with a woman. Behind them were a manservant and a maid. Shuehuai's eyes lit up. He pointed at the middle-aged man and asked, "Look, is that Imperial Messenger Fan Bin?" A young monk looked around and said, "Master is right, it's that Fan guy." Shuehuai said, "Ha! Today I've caught him red-handed. This bastard often speaks ill of me in front of the Empress. A few days ago, I used my supreme Dharma to convert an old Taoist into Buddhism, and now it's this bastard talking nonsense in front of the Empress again. Damn it, give him a good beating and help me vent my anger." "Yes, sir." The group of fake monks were all brave and ruthless scoundrels. After receiving Shuehuai's order, they rolled up their sleeves and rushed towards Imperial Messenger Fan, who was accompanying his wife as they strolled the streets. Imperial Messenger Fan was walking with his wife when a few fierce-looking monks suddenly pounced on him and started beating him. Imperial Messenger Fan was just a scholar, how could he be a match for these scoundrels who fought for a living? After struggling a few times, he was beaten even more fiercely, and could only hold his head and scream. The Fan family's wife panicked and pulled at them, crying, "How can you stupid monks beat people for no reason? Do you know who my husband is? He's the current imperial messenger of the court." The monks were in high spirits as they beat her, laughing and scolding. "Get lost, who do you think you are to scare with a mere imperial messenger? I'm beating Imperial Messenger Fan, beat him to death." Shuehuai frowned and put his hands on his hips, standing in front of Imperial Messenger Fan, looking mighty and unconcerned about beating up a court official in public. He, Shuehuai, was born a scoundrel, who was he afraid of? Let alone a mere imperial messenger, so what if he was the prime minister of the court? 2 months ago, when he was leading an expedition against the Western Turks, Prime Minister Li Zhaoda had been his subordinate. If the two of them had a disagreement, Feng Xiaobao would still have punched him. That Li Zhaoda was capable, had a resolute temperament, and was also the prime minister. He was an extremely powerful person, yet he still begged for mercy in fear. What's more, today's Imperial Messenger Fan Bin was more than a level lower than the current prime minister. As long as he wasn't beaten to death, it wouldn't matter even if he was beaten to the last breath. Shuehuai proudly shouted, "Hit, just hit. Motherf *Ker, how dare you complain about me?" As Yang Fan and Ma Qiao ran, they were noticed several times by the bailiffs and bailiffs passing by. They chased after them to question them, but luckily, the two of them were nimble and managed to shake them off by turning left and right. They had just arrived at the main street. A group of monks beating up a scholar in the middle of the street attracted many onlookers. Yang Fan and Ma Qiao hurriedly walked past and glanced into the crowd. They immediately recognized the monk. Yang Fan saw him and an idea came to his mind. He blurted out, "Brother Qiao, we have a way to escape." In the Jishou Abbey, there was a master and a disciple. The disciple said with an aggrieved expression, "Master, you refused Squire Zhang's prayer ceremony." His master closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, muttering, "Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, three begets all things. You've also rejected shopkeeper Yu's offer to consecrate and restore the throne. Everything is formed, born from the heavens and the earth, independent and unchanging, unobstructed, able to be the mother of the world. Scholar Hong's family's civil and official ceremony, you still refused it. Man follows the earth follows the heaven follows Tao, Tao follows nature. Today, Su Fangjing of the Xiuan workshop invited you to perform a ritual to expel evil and cleanse. You still refused. The rice jar in our abbey is only left with rice. What are we going to eat tomorrow? The Great Way is shapeless, born from heaven and earth. The Great Way is emotionless, running the sun and moon. The Great Way is nameless, growing and nourishing all things. The disciple was annoyed and stomped his feet. Second uncle, say something. The old Taoist opened his eyes and said, Disciple, the 2 sets of robes that we made last spring that are 80% new have been placed in front of the 3 pure ones. Go get them and exchange them for some rice and flour. The disciple was stunned. Second, Master, those robes are for us to wear when we go out to perform rituals. If we exchange them for rice and flour, what are we going to do in the future? The old Taoist sighed and said, Disciple, Taoist Ijua of Hongsho Abbey has already been captured by Xue Huai to become a monk. How can I go out to perform rituals at this time? What if I run into Xue Huai? What do you expect me to do? The disciple mumbled, If you believe in Buddha, then believe in Buddha. It's fine as long as you eat your fill. Nonsense. I've been a Taoist since I was young and have believed in Tao my whole life. How can I abandon Tao halfway and become a Buddhist? The old Taoist said sternly, Go, get the robes and exchange them for some food. That Xue Huai is just doing it on a whim. He definitely won't go out on the streets to capture Taoists to become monks every day. After some time, I'll accept some rituals. Oh, the little Taoist boy pouted and walked into the 3 Pure Ones' hall. After a while, he shouted, Master, Master, where are the robes you mentioned? There's none. The old Taoist had just closed his eyes and sighed when he heard this. He said unhappily, You child, you have to hang it under your neck for you to see it. The old Taoist got up and walked out to the 3 Pure Ones' hall. When he looked at the incense table, his expression changed and his lips trembled. The disciple said, Master, look, I didn't lie, did I? There's really nothing on the incense table. The old Taoist stomped his feet and said with tears in his eyes, These days, I really can't live. They even steal from monks. What kind of world is this? Master, there seems to be something behind this incense burner. Ah, it's 2 strings of coins. Really? The master rushed forward and saw that there were indeed 2 strings of Kaiyuan Tongbao behind the incense burner. The old Taoist put his palms together and bowed to the 3 Pure Ones' Tao Masters. He said happily, The Supreme Lord of Tai, there's always a way out. Imperial Messenger Fan was punched and kicked by Xue Huai's underlings until he fainted. Only then did Xue Huai let out a cold laugh and said proudly, If you want to make life difficult for me, then I will make life difficult for you. If you don't know what's good for you, I'll beat you up every time I see you. Let's go. With that, he led a group of burly monks and swaggered away. Lady Fan threw herself on her husband's body and burst into tears. The young manservant and the young servant girl were young and ignorant, so they paced around anxiously. They didn't know that they should hurry home and call for their master to be taken to be treated. Xue Huai had just taken a few steps when 2 young Taoists walked towards him. They each wore a pair of on shoes and wore green Taoist robes that were 80% new. Their hair was tied up in a Taoist bun. They didn't look too old. As they walked, they begged for alms from passers-by. Xue Huai saw this and glared at them, shouting, Stop! The 2 young Taoists were suddenly stopped by a group of big monks. They couldn't help but feel a little timid. The younger Taoist boy asked timidly, Masters, may I know why you're stopping us? Xue Huai said, Which Taoist temple are you from? The little Taoist boy said timidly, I'm Yun Fan. This is my senior brother, Yun Qiao. We are wandering Taoists. We travel the world to spread our teachings. Bah! Isn't it just begging everywhere? You make it sound nice. Xue Huai said disdainfully, From now on, you don't need to be Taoists. You can become monks under me. Men, shave their tongues and change into monk robes. No, we don't want to be monks. We are devout followers of Tao. We want to be faithful to one person and keep our chastity. The two little Taoist priests screamed and were pinned to the ground by a few big monks. Master Shui, who was dedicated to converting people to kindness, took the razor and performed another magnificent feat of converting the heretics on the street. In a short while, the black hair on the ground was fluttering in the wind and two bald heads were shining. The two little Taoist priests had been shaved bald. Take off your Taoist robes and change into them. Quickly, change into these monk robes. You'll look even more handsome after you shave your head. Listen up, we are all disciples of the Master and belong to the Hong generation. Right now, Master has 16 personal disciples. From now on, you will be Hong 17th. From now on, you will be Hong 18th. But Yun Xiao is my senior brother. Why am I ranked 17th? Of course we have to rearrange the ranking after joining Buddhism. Your Taoist ranking doesn't count. Alright, follow Master. Shui Huai was filled with satisfaction as he swaggered in front. A group of disciples followed behind him, swinging their arms. The two little Taoists who had just converted to Buddhism were wrapped in the middle of them, and their faces were filled with distress. Not long after Shui Huai and the others left, Luoyang Commandant Tang Zong rode a horse with a saber and a dozen officials. When he saw that it was Shui Huai who was walking towards him, he was shocked and quickly dismounted. He moved to the side of the road and led the horse to make way for Shui Huai. Shui Huai was in a good mood. Seeing that he was respectful to him, he asked with satisfaction, "You, which yamen are you from?" Tang Zong quickly said, "Master Shui, this humble official is Luoyang Commandant Tang Zong. I see that the streets are full of officials from your Luoyang prefecture running around. What happened?" Tang Zong said, "Master Shui, we were executing a criminal at the crossroads today. I didn't expect someone to break into the execution ground and rescue the murderer. This humble official is searching for them with my men." Break into the execution ground? What a character! Alright, go do what you need to do. Shui Huai waved his hand and Tang Zong retreated to the side. The dozen or so officials stood still with their sabers and bowed to send Shui Huai off. Among the monks, two young monks who had just been tonsured looked at each other. A strange smile flashed across their faces and they swaggered past Tang Zong. After sending Shui Huai off, Tang Zong continued on his way. When Imperial Censor Fan's wife saw the officials, she quickly stopped them and cried out her grievances. When Tang Zong heard that it was Shui Huai who had hit someone, he couldn't help but look troubled. Fan's wife wept and only cared about her husband's grievances. When she reached the part where Shui Huai stopped two young Taoists to help them shave, Tang Zong's eyes flashed and he muttered to himself, "Two traveling Taoists." Chapter 98. Yang Fan and Ma Chiao entered the White Horse Temple and became two little monks. One was called Hong 17, and the other was called Hong 18. This place was really very safe. Even if Luoyang City was turned upside down, with Shui Huai, the great Bodhisattva guarding this place, there was no need to worry about any evil spirits coming to cause trouble. Yang Fan became a monk for 3 days and found out why there were so many famous women since ancient times. As long as she was willing, there were many strong and handsome men who were willing to be her guests, but she just had to have an affair with a monk. For example, Emperor Liang Yuan's concubine Su, Emperor Qi Wu's empress, and even the current dynasty's princess Gao Yang. This monk did not have to produce and did nothing all day long. His essence, kidney, and water were really abundant. How could a secular man compare to him? Just like in the water margin, Pan Xiaoyun scolded Yang Xiong before she died. "1 night with my martial brother is better than 10 years with you." Pan, Donkey, Deng, Xiao, and Xian. Only a monk had the most leisure time. 3 meals a day were naturally provided by a good vegetarian diet. There was no need to worry about worldly affairs, and there was no need to worry about one's career. Civil and military officials, scholars, merchants, and tycoons, they had to work hard for their future. Who knew how many things they had to worry about? The common people had to work hard every day and were even more tired. How could they be compared to this monk? These monks did nothing all day long and focused on nourishing themselves. Not only were they strong, but they were also full of energy. In addition, they had no wives or daughters to support and had plenty of free time. One could imagine how energetic they were. If this monk did not abide by the rules and ate meat and wine, it would be like adding oil to the fire and it would be out of control. Yang Fan and Ma Chiao were eating meat and drinking wine at this moment. They worked hard every day to earn a little money to feed their families. Once they entered the temple, there would naturally be big benefactors who would offer them gold and silver like water. The group of monks were so rich that they could fart their pants. It was no wonder that the monks under Xue Huai always stirred up trouble. They were simply too energetic and had nowhere to vent it. Yang Fan and Ma Chiao were currently in the backyard of the White Horse Temple, eating a leg of lamb and drinking wine in a courtyard that was specially opened to the monks of the temple. Yang Fan had shaved his head, but without hair, it made people more focused on his appearance and felt that he was even more handsome. His red lips and white teeth made him handsome. The old monk in the temple said that he had the elegance of Princess Gao Yang's lover, Monk Bianji. Hong Lu also said that he was indeed handsome. With such good looks, it would be a pity if he did not become a welcoming monk. With such good looks, it would be a pity. If he became a welcoming monk, it would be a living signboard in the White Horse Temple. He would be standing in the Yuan Tian would be. He would be able to be Lianjin Temple. Princess. When Yang Fan heard his rotten idea, he was shocked. When he was in Nanyang, he was harassed by women because of his handsome appearance. How could he be willing to suffer like this again? Besides, with his identity, how could he make it public in front of everyone? Yang Fan hurriedly used the excuse of being clumsy and not good with words as an excuse to evade. Eating meat and drinking wine with Yang Fan and Ma Chiao was a skinny old monk with a face full of wrinkles. Every time he took a bite of meat, he would chant, Supreme Primogenitor Tai. Every time he drank a mouthful of wine, he would chant, Amitba. In the ears of Yang Fan and Ma Chiao, it sounded like he was urging them to drink. This old monk was their 15th senior brother, the former head of the Great Head Monastery, Taoist Iju. Yang Fan said with a smile, 15th brother, you've eaten so much meat. Don't keep talking about the 3 pristine Taoist masters. The 3 immortals are very busy, so they didn't see you eating and drinking. But if you shout like this, they will see you. Taoist Ijua was a little embarrassed. He blushed and said, they force me to eat meat and drink wine every day. I can't refuse. Actually, both Buddhists and Taoists eat meat. I didn't really break the commandment. Ma Chiao was surprised. Oh? Monks and Taoists can eat meat? Taoist Ijua said, yes. Buddhists abstain from eating meat. This meat is not the meat of the common people. These are called fishy. The meat of Buddhists refers to dishes with a pungent smell, such as onions and garlic. As long as it is the meat of the 3 pure ones, that is, I didn't see it killed. I didn't kill it, and I didn't kill it on purpose, then it can be eaten. Monks rely on the alms of their believers. They eat whatever the believers give them. How can they be so picky? It wasn't until the time of Emperor Wu of the Liang dynasty that the emperor proposed not to eat meat. Once the emperor opened his mouth, everyone naturally agreed. From then on, monks became vegetarians. Our Taoists didn't have a clear record of this. I think it was in compliance with the emperor's decree that the rules were changed. Not far away, more than a dozen monks were playing kuju on the court. Yang Fan glanced at them and suddenly saw a monk lose control of the ball. The ball left his feet and flew towards him. He smiled and said, if that's the case, Reverend, just eat calmly. Why are you so nervous? Haha, I'm going to relieve myself. Yang Fan stood up from his seat and brushed his monk's robe. He put on a pair of wooden clogs and floated away in a carefree manner. He did indeed have some of the elegance of the romantic monk Bienji. 17th brother, kick the ball over. A monk saw him walking over and didn't run over to pick up the ball. Instead, he called out to him. Okay. Yang Fan replied and walked towards the ball. It was a kuju ball. At this time, the kuju ball wasn't inflated. Instead, it was 6 pieces of leather sewn into a ball. The middle was stuffed with soft and elastic things like hair, and some weight was added to prevent the ball from being too light and difficult to control. These monks didn't abide by the rules. They drank, ate, and fought. There was only one thing: they didn't dare to touch women. This was because Xue Huai was the male pet of the current empress. Everything he had came from the Empress Dowager. Although he was unscrupulous and could do anything, he didn't dare to touch women and make the Empress Dowager unhappy. He didn't dare to touch women, so he was extremely strict with his subordinates. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to Wu Zetian if he didn't touch women. As a result, these overly energetic and extremely bored monks had nothing to do in the temple. They weren't real monks, so they didn't know how to chant scriptures and had no interest in it. Therefore, some of the popular things became their games. Kuju was a game they often played every day. Yang Fan walked to the side of the ball. He didn't bend over to pick up the ball. Instead, he used the tip of his foot to flick the ball over his shoulder. With a leading star kick, he steadily stopped the ball. Yang Fan's hands held the sleeves of his monk robe and used his feet to control the ball. He displayed his skills. The ball flew up and down, from the toes, the instep, the edge of the foot, the knee, the ankle. The ball spun in front of his feet like a meteor. It was dazzling to watch, but it never fell to the ground. Yang Fan seemed to be only playing the ball, but he was watching Xue Huai's movements from the corner of his eyes. Seeing that Xue Huai had already noticed his actions, he suddenly jumped in an extremely free and easy manner. With a pa sound, the ball flew back to the field. The monks immediately shouted, "Cheers!" Xue Huai, who was lying lazily on the couch and watching his disciples play football, suddenly sat up with his eyes shining. He began to pay attention when he saw Yang Fan's action of tiptoeing the ball. When he saw Yang Fan's clean kick, Xue Huai seemed to have found a shining gold mountain. When he sat up, he saw that Yang Fan was not wearing leather boots or straw sandals. Instead, he was wearing a pair of wooden clogs with 2 thin straps hanging on his toes. He was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. It was already extremely difficult to play such a good ball, but he was actually wearing a pair of wooden clogs with high teeth. The difficulty could be imagined. This kid actually had such good skills. This. Lord Xing has picked up a treasure. Xue Huai was overjoyed. Xue Huai was an out-and-out super football fan. Old Xue was very bad at football, but that didn't stop him from loving football. Old Xue liked to play football very much, so after he became the host of the White Horse Temple, he specially asked someone to build a stadium. When he had nothing to do, he would sit at the side and watch a group of ruffian monks play football. Sometimes he would even compete with the teams of other noble families. However, these ruffian monks were unorthodox and couldn't compete in public. In order to win the competition, they would do anything. In the end, they turned a game of football into a game of football. Those nobles didn't dare to argue with Xue Huai and could only swallow their anger. However, since then, gradually no one was willing to compete with him. Old Xue, this super football fan, could only entertain himself. Now that the end of the year was approaching, the royal family would hold competitions of sports such as football, sumo, polo, and so on during the Lantern Festival every year to celebrate the festival. Xue Huai had always wanted to participate, but he knew that his disciples didn't live up to his expectations. Usually, he could be unreasonable when he competed with others, but in the royal celebration, which team didn't have a background? Moreover, the Empress was watching, so it wasn't good to be too shameless. Therefore, this idea was just a thought. He didn't really expect himself to stand out in the royal competition. However, now that he found a super football player among his disciples, Xue Huai was overjoyed. Come, come, come. Call him over. He's my personal disciple, right? What's his name again? Xue Huai excitedly pointed at Yang Fan and shouted. At this time, Luoyang Commandant Tang Zong led a large number of public officers into the White Horse Temple in a grandiose manner. Tang Zong was suspicious of the two so-called Taoist Yunyu. However, this matter involved Xue Huai, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Therefore, he first sent people to disguise themselves as pilgrims to inquire about the two people's information. Although the White Horse Temple was filled with pilgrims, it wasn't easy to see the monks in the backyard. His subordinates spent a lot of effort to get a glimpse of Ma Qiao. Ma Qiao's appearance had already been drawn and posted on the street. Although he had shaved his head, how could the public officer not recognize him? He immediately reported it to Tang Zong. The robbery of the execution ground had caused a huge commotion in Luojing. The situation was quite serious. As the main officer in charge of criminal cases, Tang Zong was under a lot of pressure. He felt that Xue Huai was also deceived and wouldn't cover up for such a murderer. When they arrived, as long as they explained the situation, no matter how domineering Xue Huai was, he wouldn't have a reason to cover up for these two people. Therefore, once his subordinates sent back the exact news, Tang Zong didn't dare to delay and rushed over. Chapter 99. The novice monk beside Xue Huai, Zhixing, rushed to summon Yang Fan. Xue Huai touched his bald head and waited in place with a smile on his face. Zhixing rushed to block Yang Fan and brought him in front of Xue Huai. Xue Huai looked at Yang Fan up and down. The more he looked, the more satisfied he was. He couldn't help but laugh. Good skills. This is the first time I've seen such godly skills. Which disciple of mine are you? Yang Fan bowed and said, Disciple 17. Good. Xue Huai circled around Yang Fan twice. The more he looked at him, the more he liked him. It wasn't just because he had a superstar under him. He had a chance to show his face in the royal family's game. It was also because he really liked Kuju from the bottom of his heart. He naturally admired Kuju masters. Therefore, the more he looked at Yang Fan, the more he liked him. This disciple's kicking and bowing technique is not worthy of the Grand Hall. Abbot Master, you flatter me. Bulsh *t. What do you mean by unrefined? Those babbling poems and phrases had to be practiced painstakingly. Mastering them would just be a reward to others. How is this Kuju different from them? If it's useful, it's not used for food or clothing. It's useless for the country or the people. It's just something to relieve boredom when you're bored. Disciple, don't be dissatisfied. Xue Huai turned his head and looked at the novice monk. The novice monk quickly bowed and said, Humble. Xue Huai said in a rough voice, Yes, don't be dissatisfied. I want to put you in an important position. Zhixing, go and take off our White Horse Temple's first seat's kasaya. Let 17 change into it. From today onwards, you will be our White Horse Temple's first seat. Zhixing said in shock, Abbot, if 17 Shixiang becomes our White Horse Temple's first seat, what about Master Sanshan? Xue Huai waved his hand and said, Demote him to the West Hall. All the monks will be demoted by one position. Zhixing agreed and left in a hurry. Under the abbot there were 4 main class leaders. They were the first seat, the West Hall, the Back Hall, and the Hall Master. It was a pity that the esteemed abbot of the White Horse Monastery, Master Sanshan, who was well versed in the Buddhist Dharma, spent the new year with Wang Xiao deteriorating with each passing year. First, because of Wu Zetian's decree, he was demoted from abbot to first seat. Now, because of Xue Huai's words, he was demoted from first seat to West Hall. When Yang Fan heard this, he did not reveal a joyful expression. Instead, he bowed deeply and said, Abbot Master appreciates me so much, this disciple is extremely grateful. It's just that, this disciple doesn't understand Buddhism, and really doesn't dare to take on such a heavy responsibility. Shui Huai laughed. My ass. If there's anything, just let Sanshan do it. You're only responsible for one thing, and that's playing ball. You play well on behalf of your Shifu, and teach your Shixiang and Shimi well. In the future, when there is a Kuju competition in the palace, I will be able to show off my power. Ha ha. Shui Huai put his hands on his hips and laughed out loud. A hint of a smile flashed across the corner of Yang Fan's mouth, which immediately turned into a sorrowful expression. Suddenly, he prostrated on the ground and sobbed. This disciple is truly overwhelmed by Shifu's love for me. But Shifu is so fond of me, this disciple really doesn't dare to lie to Shifu. This disciple has other secrets that I can't reveal in public. This seat of first seat. I really don't deserve it. Shui Huai glared at him and said loudly, You're a man, so what are you crying for? Speak. Whatever difficulties you have, Shifu will help you. Come, let's talk in my meditation room. In the meditation room, Shui Huai sat on the meditation bed with a jar of wine in his left hand and a large bowl in his right. By the time Yang Fan and Ma Qiao had finished telling him what had happened, he had already drunk more than half of the wine in the jar. Abbot, this is how it is. After all, this matter is against the country's law. This disciple is guilty and timid, so I didn't dare to say it at first. However, Abbot has confided in this disciple. Even if this disciple dies, how can this disciple hide anything? Now that this disciple has said it, Abbot, think about it. This disciple has committed such a crime. How can I dare to take the seat of first seat and follow Abbot around? Now, sigh. We better turn ourselves in. Yang Fan's face was full of sincerity, and there were still faint tears in his eyes. The tears were weak and sad. Ma Qiao, who was called over by Yang Fan, was careless and did not understand what Yang Fan meant at first. He stood there with a confused face, but after being secretly stepped on by Yang Fan, he immediately changed into a helpless expression. Ugh! Shui Huai burped and said with hazy eyes, I thought it was a big matter, but it's just a small matter. Yes, Abbot. Then it's fine. Shui Huai waved his hand and said with a lisp, Just do as I say. I want to see who has the guts to cause trouble for you. Just as Shui Huai said this, the reception monk rushed in and said in a panic, Abbot, bad news. A large number of officials from the Luoyang prefecture have surrounded our White Horse Temple. They say they want to catch some fugitive. What? Shui Huai was furious when he heard this. He smashed the wine jar on the ground and smashed it, spilling wine all over the ground. Shui Huai bared his chest and jumped up barefooted. He scolded, How dare they? I'll go take a look. Shui Huai rolled up his sleeves angrily and took off his shoes. He patted his chest and said to Yang Fan, I'm a monk. I don't know how to chant scriptures or learn Buddhism. I can't teach you anything, but I can protect you. If you cause trouble outside, I'll take care of it for you. Chant whatever scriptures, worship whatever Buddha. I'll be your Buddha. Don't worry. Yang Fan gave Ma Qiao a look and bowed together. Thank you, Abbot. Shui Huai laughed out loud. He flicked his sleeves and walked out in large strides. Tang Zong first surrounded the White Horse Temple's backyard with his men and stopped the two fugitives from escaping. He then asked the reception monk to report to Shui Huai. He wanted to go in and explain the situation to Shui Huai before leaving with the fugitives. He was waiting at the door of the monastery in the backyard when he suddenly saw a burly monk with a bare chest, rushing out as if he was flying, followed by the reception monk and a group of disciples. He took a closer look and saw that it was Shui Huai. He quickly tidied up his clothes, and just as he bowed, Shui Huai grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. Shui Huai glared at him and shouted, You have the guts to surround my White Horse Temple. Tang Zong hurriedly said, Master Shui, please calm down. Master Shui, please listen to my explanation. This matter, bah. Xue Huai spat all over Tang Zong's face and roared furiously, "Take your men and get the hell out of my sight! You're not fit to talk to me. Call Luoyang Prefecture's In Luzhe to see me." After Xue Huai finished speaking, he pushed Tang Zong fiercely and shouted, "Men, beat them out!" A group of disciples under Xue Huai carried whistles and rushed forward. The patrolmen had knives on their waists, so they didn't dare to fight with these monks. Xue Huai was looking at them angrily. Tang Zong couldn't dodge in time and was hit twice. He was furious, but unless he didn't want to live anymore, he wouldn't dare to pull out his saber and resist. He could only suppress his anger and retreat. After a few steps, his face was ashen. He didn't expect Xue Huai to be so domineering. "Beat them up! Beat them all out!" Xue Huai stood on the steps and laughed as he scolded, "You've really got guts! Whoever dares to treat my White Horse Temple as his back garden, I will bury him in this back garden. Bah! A bunch of government dogs!" Tang Zong fled back to the yamen in embarrassment. Before he had time to complain to Luoyang Prefecture's In Luzhe, the name card of the abbot of White Horse Temple, general of the Left Guard, and Duke of Liang Xue Huai was sent to Luoyang Prefecture. Luoyang Prefecture's In Luzhe immediately dropped all the work on his desk and rushed to White Horse Temple to pay a visit to Xue Huai. In less than half an hour, Luoyang Prefecture's In Lu, who was scolded by Xue Huai, left the White Horse Temple in a hurry. After returning to the yamen, he immediately called Tang Zong and ordered him to immediately remove the pictures posted in the 9 cities, recover the arrest warrants issued to the counties, give up the investigation of Ma Qiao and the mysterious person in the secret tribulation execution ground, and remove all the records. Tang Zong said in shock, "Prefectural magistrate, you are just going to let such a terrible case go like this?" Luzhe said with a dark expression, "This is my order. Just do as I say, why ask so many questions?" Tang Zong said urgently, "Darren, robbing the execution ground is something that happens once in 100 years, and we actually encountered it. There are too many people in court who have heard of this. If we stop here, then we—" Luzhe smiled coldly and said, "So what? Who will care about this matter? Minister Zhang of the Ministry of Justice, who can't even take care of himself, or the cunning assistant Minister Zhou? Just do as I say. If there is any delay, this official will hold you responsible." Tang Zong suppressed the anger in his heart, angrily responded, and turned to leave. Luzhe called him back and said harshly, "Young Prefectural Magistrate Tang, this case must be dismissed, and it must be completely dismissed. If you are dissatisfied and do something in secret, this official cannot care, but that person from White Horse Temple is someone who does not forgive when he is in the right, and will stir up trouble when he is unreasonable. You better think twice before you act." Tang Zong had lost face in this case and was dissatisfied. He had originally wanted to use his authority to pretend to obey, but secretly investigate. Hearing Luzhe's orders, his heart trembled with fear. He agreed again, and the dissatisfaction in his chest had lessened slightly. Tang Zong left. Following Prefectural Magistrate Lu's orders, he sent people to take down the wanted posters that had been put up all over the city and erase the records in the prefectural government's archive. He also ordered people to immediately retrieve the wanted posters that had been sent to the various counties. Then he sent a few litigators to Wu Guangda's home and Bao Yinin's paternal home. Wu Guangda had almost lost his life and had only escaped because Ma Qiao had turned himself in. He couldn't hate Ma Qiao anymore. He also knew that the cause of the matter was that his wife was a snake and scorpion. Not only did she have an affair, she also wanted to kill him. It was her lover who spoke up for him. Other than a false alarm, he had just gotten rid of a snake and scorpion woman for him. He wouldn't pursue the matter. The Bao family's reputation was ruined because of Ma Qiao turning himself in, and the truth was revealed. They were ashamed, and when the litigators and slippery old officials explained the matter, They didn't have any thoughts of pursuing the matter. No one brought up this shocking case again, as though it had never happened. Chapter 100. The pagoda forest in the backyard of White Horse Temple was quiet. Ma Qiao excitedly said to Yang Fan, "Xiao Fan, you are really amazing. You actually thought of using Monk Shui's power to help me get out of trouble. Hey! The Luoyang government actually closed the case. Now we are safe. Could it be that you already had this idea when you stole the Taoist robe to sneak into White Horse Temple?" Yang Fan laughed. "How is that possible? I am not a living god. How can I think so far ahead? Most of the time, I took the first step and suddenly saw the light. Only then did I realize that I could take one more step. At that time, I just wanted to get out of trouble. I remembered that Monk Shui likes to enlighten Taoist priests." Yang Fan leaned against the base of the stupa and sat down. He said, "After arriving at the temple, I found out that the abbot is especially fond of kuju. I also heard that the palace holds a football match every year. Thinking that our abbot has always been competitive, I thought that maybe I can show off my kuju skills and get his attention." Ma Qiao also sat down next to him. Listening to him, Yang Fan said, "This abbot is someone that even the current Empress of Heaven's Wu family's nephews have to be respectful to. They don't dare to offend him. Your case is considered earth-shattering among the common people. But in the imperial court, which big shot would pay attention to it? With this great monk's help, we can definitely get out of danger." Sure enough, Yang Fan said this and smiled slightly. Ever since he arrived at White Horse Temple, what he thought of was not only to use Shui Huai's power to exonerate Ma Qiao, but also to find out the whereabouts of his enemy. At first, his first target was Miao Shenke. But after asking around, he found out that Miao Shenke had mysteriously disappeared. Only the Shangguan Wan in the palace knew his whereabouts. So he settled for the next best thing and started with Qiushenji. After failing to assassinate Qiushenji, he thought that he would have to lie low for a period of time before looking for another opportunity. Who knew that there would be light at the end of the tunnel? There would be another opportunity to find the whereabouts of Miao Shenke. Perhaps if he urged Shui Huai to bring him into the palace for the competition, he would have a chance to see the Shangguan Wan. Although it would be difficult to come into contact with the Empress favorite in the palace, at least there was a glimmer of hope. Of course, he couldn't tell Ma Qiao about this plan. Ma Qiao was touched and said, "Xiao Fan, if you hadn't rushed into the execution ground to save me, I would have been executed. Now, thanks to you, I could only be a fugitive hiding in the shadows for the rest of my life. This great kindness Yang Fan interrupted him and said, "If I don't treat you as a brother, I won't do this for you. Since I treat you as my brother, why do I have to say such unorthodox words? That day at the residence of Yang Longzhong, weren't you the same? You clearly saw my actions but still tried your best to cover it up for me?" Ma Qiao said, "The difficulty of these two matters can't be compared. Speaking of this matter, I feel even more uneasy. You are hiding in the Xiuwen workshop because you have a blood feud. If your identity is exposed because of saving me, it will delay your important matter." Yang Fan said solemnly, "Brother Qiao, don't say such things again. Of course I won't forget the feud. However, even if I know it will be exposed, I will still save you. Even if I can't take revenge for the rest of my life, I will still save you. If I were to give up my friends and family just to avenge the dead, how stupid would that be? If I can only choose between avenging the dead and finding a way to survive for the living, then I will not hesitate to give up revenge and protect my friends and family." He raised his head and looked towards the distant south, lamenting, "Revenge is my responsibility, but I shouldn't turn myself into a cold-blooded tool because of hatred. This is what my Grand Shifu said. He was an amazing hero. When I was young, my biggest regret was that he didn't personally teach me martial arts. At that time, I was practicing by the seaside and he was fishing by the seaside. The things he told me the most were the principles of being a person. But at that time, the reason why I was willing to talk so much with him and listen to him was because I wanted to make him happy. Maybe he would be willing to personally teach me martial arts. Unfortunately, he only chatted with me and said things that I didn't really like to listen to. When I gradually grew up, I realized that the things he taught me were far more useful than just a few punches and kicks. It was him who prevented me from becoming a cynical person who doesn't recognize family or friends, someone who will stop at nothing for revenge. Ma Chiao couldn't help following his gaze to the south and said respectfully, "That old man lives in the southern sea?" Yang Fan nodded, then shook his head and said, "In the past, he lived in the southern sea, but now." Yang Fan raised his head and looked at the floating clouds in the southern sky. He said softly, "He lives in the sky." Early the next morning, Yang Fan and Ma Chiao returned to the Xiuwen workshop. This time, their return was different. There were 8 monks accompanying Yang Fan, each of them tall and sturdy, holding a staff. Shui Huai wasn't worried that someone would dare to cause trouble for Yang Fan. He was purely here to support the star player in his heart. As the saying goes, returning home with glory. Shui Huai was originally a medicine seller in the marketplace. Although he had climbed up to Wuzetian, made friends with many influential people, and seen some of the world, his roots hadn't changed. Yang Fan had now become the headmaster of White Horse Temple. Yang Fan wore 5 undergarments, 7 undergarments, and an overcoat, which was a Buddhist robe, on top of the 7 undergarments. Monks' overgarments were divided into 3 grades, and each grade was divided into 3 types. Yang Fan was the headmaster of White Horse Temple, so he wore a high-grade Buddhist robe with 25 undergarments and 127 stripes. On the outside, he wore a scarlet kasaya made of peacock feathers and silk, with golden hooks and jade rings. He looked dignified and awe-inspiring. Ma Chiao accompanied him by his side, but he only wore an ordinary ash-blue Buddhist robe. Ma Chiao was worried that his mother would get sick from worrying about him, so he was eager to return home. Yang Fan knew his mood, so he hurried and walked very fast. As Yang Fan and Ma Chiao walked forward, an ox cart slowly approached them. The street was very wide, and the ox cart was tightly covered, so the two didn't pay attention to the ox cart. Since the Wei and Jin dynasties, this ox cart was the favorite carriage of the aristocratic families. Unless they were going on a long journey or in a hurry, they would always take the ox cart. This was because the ox cart was slow and stable, and the carriage was spacious and tall, so people could sit or sleep at will. It was more suitable for the children of aristocratic families, who lived like princes and wandered around. This custom was still popular among aristocratic families, and it would only gradually disappear when the Sui, Tang, and 5 dynasties ended and the Song dynasty rose. The ox cart coming toward them was an oil cart. It was rectangular, and there was a shed on the top. The door opened at the back, and the curtain hung down. The front and sides of the shed had lattice windows, an arched roof, and a long eave at the front and back. The carriage was draped with curtains. It was embroidered with plum blossom patterns, and the 4 sides were decorated with silk tassels. It was extremely gorgeous. The driver walked leisurely. A young master dressed in white in his 30s was sitting upright in the carriage, pretending to sleep. Beside him was the pretty maidservant Tin Ano dressed in green. She lifted the curtain and looked at the scene on the street. She knew that they had arrived at the Xiuwen workshop. As she looked at the scenery on the street, she couldn't help but think of Yang Fan. She wondered how that fellow was doing now. In order to help his friend out of trouble, he had squandered all the gold, jewels, and jade she had given him. Presumably, he still hadn't found a wife to his liking, right? She thought of the days she spent with Yang Fan. She thought of this handsome young man who was a little evil, but had the heart of a thief, but didn't have the guts. In fact, he didn't commit any evil deeds, and he was especially enthusiastic and loyal to his family and friends. Tin Ano couldn't help but smile gently. But this smile immediately froze at the corner of her mouth, because she saw a monk dressed in red walking towards her. This monk was wearing a big red kasaya embroidered with 8 auspicious lotus flowers. The kasaya was covered with dharma conchas, dharma wheels, precious umbrellas, white lids, lotus flowers, vases, goldfish, and long plates. The kasaya was decorated with rui hooks and a jade bracelet. The monk held a string of sandalwood prayer beads in his hand. He was accompanied by a gray-robed disciple, and behind him, 8 monks followed closely. With such extravagance, he should have been an old and virtuous eminent monk. But when she looked at his appearance, with his shiny bald head, elegant eyebrows, straight nose bridge, and clear lips, he was as delicate as a girl. It was enough to shock her. Looking carefully, this monk turned out to be the somewhat ruffian, very loyal, seemingly scoundrelly, but innocent shopkeeper, Yang Fan, whom she had just thought of. Ah! Tin Ano's delicate body shook, and she couldn't help but exclaim. The man in white who closed his eyes and pretended to sleep opened his eyes and glanced at her. Tin Ano quickly put down the curtain, and the man in white said, "Ah Nu, your temperament recently is not as calm as before." "Yes, Tin Ano answered, but she wanted to say something but stopped. The man in white's eyes flashed slightly, and he asked, "What's wrong?" Tin Ano slightly bowed her head and said, "I saw him again." Him? The man in white was a little confused, but Tin Ano's life was very simple, and the number of outsiders she knew was really limited. The man only thought for a moment, and then he suddenly said, "The person who saved you? Why are you making a fuss when you see him?" Tin Ano slightly revealed a wry smile, and said, "He is now dressed as a monk. I wouldn't be surprised even if he was a little monk, but I haven't seen him for a few days, and not only did he become a monk, but also his position in the temple is really not low. Other monks may not be able to reach his position even if they study for a lifetime. It's not that I want to make a fuss, but he really can't help but feel strange." The man in white, who had always been as steady as Mount Tai, couldn't help but be curious. It was really harder to be promoted as a monk than to be promoted in the officialdom. A boy who was still a shopkeeper 2 days ago suddenly became a monk, and he could even make Nu be moved, so his position must be really not low. The man in white also couldn't help but lift the curtain to look outside, and then he was a little stunned. "Master? Find out what's going on with him." "Yes." Tin Ano was very surprised that a man who had always been focused and arrogant would be interested in Yang Fan. However, Tin Ano was sincerely happy to have a chance to get close to him, or to know some news about him, so she naturally ignored this strange feeling. Chapter 101. In just a few days, the 2 workers of the cultivation study workshop had transformed into the famous head of the White Horse Temple and a deacon monk. This matter alone was enough to cause a sensation in the cultivation study workshop. Moreover, one of them had just been executed 2 days ago, which made this matter even more legendary. When they first stepped into the cultivation study workshop, both of them were a little nervous. Ma Qiao's worries went without saying. Yang Fan wasn't afraid that the officials would suddenly rush out and lock them up, but he was worried that the perpetrator would come to their door, and it wouldn't be easy to face him. However, although the ordinary people who had nothing to do with this matter had strange expressions, most of the people who were familiar with them still took the initiative to greet them. Even though the traveling merchant Wu Guangda lived in the workshop, he didn't come out to cause trouble. After greeting the neighbors who were usually close friends, the 2 of them rushed back to Ma Qiao's house. When the mother and son saw each other, they hugged each other and cried bitterly. After a while, Pasta and his mother also heard the news and rushed over. Pasta's mother comforted the horse's mother, saying, "Sister, your son is safe and sound. Why are you still crying? You should be happy." The horse's mother wiped her tears and gave Ma Qiao a slap on the face and scolded, "You little beast, you didn't listen to your mother's teachings and didn't learn good things. You hooked up with others, ruined the family's reputation, and even caused a death. If it wasn't for the righteous people who saved you, you would have already lost your life. Now, even though you are still alive, you have escaped into seclusion. You are the only son of your father. Ending the Ma family's lineage is a great unfilial act. You disobedient and unfilial son, I really want to beat you to death." After he finished speaking, he turned around and picked up a broom. Pasta's mother hurriedly stepped forward to stop him and tried to calm him down. Ma Chiao knelt on the ground and didn't dare to speak. Yang Fan stepped forward and said, "Auntie, don't worry. The two of us entered the White Horse Temple to avoid the trouble. The current abbot of the White Horse Temple is Xue Huai. I'm sure that Auntie has heard of this monk. It doesn't matter. After some time passes, if Brother Chiao wants to return to secular life, he can do so. It's just a matter of a few words." The horse's mother felt a little relieved after hearing this. She looked at Yang Fan and asked curiously, "Xiao Fan, how did you enter the White Horse Temple with him?" Yang Fan said, "That day I had just returned to the workshop when I heard something had happened to Brother Chiao, so I rushed to Nan City. When I got there, I happened to see Brother Chiao being rescued by a masked hero. Relying on my nimble legs, I chased after them. After that righteous man rescued Chiao Gur, he swaggered off. I hid with Chiao Gur. Because the officials were hot on our trail, we stole 2 sets of robes from the Taoist temple. Who would have thought?" The horse's mother sighed, "I'm such an unfilial son, I even implicated you." Yang Fan said, "It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Auntie, you also saw that the 8 monks outside only listened to my orders. Haha, Xiao Fan is very powerful now. Auntie, tell Brother Chiao to get up. He was confused for a moment, but now he knows his mistake." Pasta's mother also said, "That's right. Sister, don't be angry. I've also seen that Bao Nyangzi. She's a very flirtatious woman. How could a hot-blooded youth like Chiao Gu resist her seduction? Speaking of which, Chiao Gu only did this one wrong thing. As soon as he realized that Bao Nyangzi was vicious, he made up his mind. After killing someone by mistake, he refused to let others die in his place. He took the initiative to turn himself in. He can be considered a responsible and loyal man." Pasta's mother and Yang Fan tried to persuade him for a while. Finally the horse's mother angrily said to Ma Chiao, "All right, get up. If not for your auntie stopping me, and if not for Xiao Fan speaking up for you, I wouldn't have let you off today." Finished speaking, the horse's mother pulled Yang Fan's hand and said, "Xiao Fan, it's all thanks to you. If not for your vigilance, this old woman's stupid son would have been caught by the authorities. Now that the authorities have removed his criminal record, it's all thanks to you. Now that Chiao Gu has implicated you to become a monk, Auntie is really sorry." "Auntie is too polite," Yang Fan said. "Nephew and Chiao Gu are like brothers. When he is in danger, how can nephew stand by and do nothing? I believe that if something happens to me, Chiao Gu will have the same thought." The horse's mother turned to Ma Chiao, made a face and shouted, "Come here." Ma Chiao obediently walked to his mother's side. The horse's mother pointed at his forehead and said, "From now on, you are not allowed to stir up trouble, especially this woman. You are not allowed to flirt with other women and cause any more scandals. Otherwise, if mother hears about it, I will immediately hang myself to find your father, so that I don't have to worry about you and lose face in front of the neighbors." These words were very heavy. Ma Chiao's countenance changed. He quickly knelt down and said, "Mother, your son is unfilial. I won't dare to make mother angry again. Mother, don't be angry. Your son will remember mother's instructions. From now on, your son will never do it again." The horse's mother's countenance became a bit gentle. She said to his ear, "Xiao Fan has always been on good terms with you. Her character is also excellent. She is also your savior. You must remember this kindness in your heart. We, the Ma family, value friendship and righteousness. We know how to repay kindness. Don't forget mother's teachings." Ma Chiao kowtowed heavily and said, "Mother, don't worry. Your son will remember everything. On the side, Jiang Suning looked at Yang Fan. With a curious expression, he said, Xiao Fan, the person who saved Xiao Gu'er that day was really an unknown righteous person. Wasn't it you? I saw that person's back. It was very similar to you. As soon as she asked this question, the horse's mother and Pasta's mother both looked at Yang Fan. Yang Fan was slightly startled. He laughed and said, Ning Jiejie, you really know how to joke. Xiao Fan does have the strength of her arms. She can also use ordinary martial art. But I don't have that kind of ability to save people from so many men's knives. The person who saved people was indeed someone else. Ma Qiao also knew that Yang Fan's real identity couldn't be exposed. He also helped and said, Yes. The person who saved me was indeed a masked righteous person. When he saw Xiao Fan chasing after me, he thought that I was a bailiff. If I didn't stop him, I'm afraid that Xiao Fan would have been stabbed by him. The horse's mother and Pasta's mother were very familiar with Yang Fan. They didn't believe that this little brother who always followed Ma Qiao around had a deep and good martial arts. After hearing this, they didn't doubt it at all. They only thought that it was because Ma Qiao didn't want to implicate the innocent and voluntarily surrendered. This moved the Jianghu ranger to help him. Ma Qiao and his mother were reunited. Next, he would be a monk in the White Horse Temple for a period of time. He couldn't return to the square to take care of his mother. In addition, these days, the horse's mother had been worried about her son day and night. Now that the mother and son were reunited, there must be a lot of things to talk about. So after sitting for a while, Pasta's mother took her daughter and left. Yang Fan also got up and said that he wanted to go back to his house to see if there was anything that needed to be taken away. He would come back at lunchtime. Yang Fan returned to his own small courtyard. He opened the door and went in. Looking at the house that he had lived in for half a year, he sighed softly. Ever since the Tian Ai Nu left, his room quickly returned to the style of a bachelor. The quilt was twisted on the bed like a fried dough twist, and it was not folded at all. The used ladle was still half filled with water, and it was placed on the table. There were also a few pieces of chicken bones that he had casually eaten in the corner of the room. The only exception was the floor, which still retained the original color of the wood that the Tian Ai Nu had scrubbed. Yang Fan sat on the floor and hugged his knees. He quietly looked at everything that seemed familiar, but also somewhat strange. He thought about his future. Shui Huai's identity was very special. He was the prime minister of the Tang dynasty. He was truly second only to the emperor and above tens of thousands of people. There were very few people who dared to offend him. Even the two nephews of Empress Wu, Wu Sanxi and Wu Qingxi, did not dare to offend him. If he could become Shui Huai's confidant, it would not be difficult for him to enter the imperial palace. This would undoubtedly be very beneficial for his next actions. He had already planned to work hard as a monk, which had a very promising career for a while. However, he did not know whether the matter of him saving someone at the execution ground would spread, or whether someone would connect it to him and guess more things. Ma Mu and Pasta's mother were easy to fool, but that did not mean that other people would be so easily fooled. If people were to associate this with the murder at Yang Longzhong's residence, even with Shui Huai as his protector, this matter was a little too serious. In particular, if his enemies were to lock onto his identity or become suspicious of him, then his advantage of hiding in the shadows would disappear. Yang Fan was quietly thinking about these problems when he suddenly heard a slight sound coming from the courtyard. Yang Fan's heart trembled and he jumped up. He had originally been sitting cross-legged on the floor with his elbows on his knees and his hands on his cheeks, quietly thinking. This movement was as fast as a rabbit, and with one stride, he had already flashed to the side of the door. Pa, pa, pa. 3 slow claps actually sounded from behind him. Yang Fan suddenly turned around and saw that the back door had silently opened. Tin Ano was standing there, clapping her hands. She said with a smile that was not a smile, 6 senses and agile movements. What a good worker. Yang Fan, you've made me suffer. Yang Fan was slightly surprised, and then said happily, Nu, why are you back? Tin Ano snorted and said with a straight face, Don't interrupt. Just now I asked about your situation in the street and had some doubts in my heart. Now that I've tested it, the so-called righteous person who robbed the execution ground is probably you, right? Little worker, What a good little worker, you actually lied to me. Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh and said, Look at your bitter face. I didn't lie to you about your body, nor did I lie to you about your heart. I just didn't tell you that I know martial arts. Why do you have to look like this? Tin Ano blushed, wrinkled her nose and said, You're saying dirty things again. Can't you be more serious? Yang Fan spread out his hands and said, I want to be serious, but I'm afraid that you'll be even more unhappy. You'll think that I have eyes but can't see. Looking at a peerless beauty in front of me, I'm actually not moved at all. I'm just like a piece of wood. Tin Ano snorted. She didn't know whether to be happy or to refute his disguised praise. She could only change the topic and said, You have such great skills, why do you condescend to be a worker here, and secretly be a little thief who steals chickens and dogs? Yang Fan said, Martial arts is just a small path. Otherwise, what else can I do? Don't tell me I'm going to apply for a job in a rich family and become a guard martial arts master? Chapter 102. Later wuxia novels were rampant, giving people a misconception that martial arts masters were omnipotent, that they could stand above all the power in the world. High officials, nobles, dukes, marquises, princes, and even the emperor, when they saw martial arts masters, they would be very respectful, as if they were deities. But in fact, martial arts was not something that could be discussed on the stage. Even in the Tang dynasty, where civil and military were equally valued, what was important was the ability to fight on the battlefield, the ability to command thousands of troops and horses. That was, the ability to command thousands of troops, not the bravery of an ordinary person. People could practice martial arts to strengthen their body, but they would not place it on a very high pedestal. In the later Tang dynasty swordsman novels, people like Kong Kong the Red Thread Girl, and Ye Yin Yang were described as having reached the pinnacle of martial arts, reaching the legendary realm of swordsmen. But their status was still that of a great general, a military governor, or a loyal soldier under the command of a powerful and influential family, or a lackey. Having an outstanding martial arts skill, from ancient times to the present, was not an effective way to advance one's position. However, no matter what kind of skill it was, as long as one had a skill, one would not decline so much that he had to lower himself to be a small workshop attendant. Tin Ano knew he must have some ulterior motive, but she could not tell him her family's secret, and naturally it was not convenient to ask him about other people's secret. Yang Fan went forward to greet him. He said with a smile, Why did you come back? Is it because you can't leave me in your heart? Do you know that when you left that day, there was a rumor in the streets that my, Yang Fan's little wife eloped with someone else? During that time, everybody was talking about me, my situation was unspeakably miserable. The Tian Ai Nu blushed and said, I was the one who spread the news. I didn't want anyone to suspect that I was hiding a criminal because I came and went so mysteriously. That way, you wouldn't be implicated by me. You are a big man, what is there to be afraid of? It is your own reputation that will be ruined. Yang Fan cupped his fists and said with a smile, Anu Gaoi, please accept Yang Fan's bow. Come, let us sit down and talk. Yang Fan threw away the twisted quilt and gestured to Tin Ano, asking her to sit down. Tin Ano did not sit down on the crumpled bedsheet. Instead, he tilted his head to look at Yang Fan's bald head and asked curiously, How did you become a monk? A monk? Yang Fan looked at himself, only then did he realize his identity as a monk. He hurriedly put his palms together and said to Tin Ano solemnly, As long as Nu agrees to marry me, I will immediately return to secular life. Tin Ano giggled, then straightened his face and said, "If you don't speak properly, I'm leaving." Yang Fan forcibly pulled her to sit down on the couch and said, "Forget it, don't pretend. We are already husband and wife, who doesn't know each other. If I don't satisfy your curiosity, it would be strange if you are willing to leave. Sit down, I will tell you." Tin Ano had a helpless look on her face. In the past, no one dared to smile at her cheekily and glib-tongued. But now, this Yang Fan turned out it was because he pretended to be stupid. That was fine. Now that she knew that he was not a crazy bachelor who wanted to get a wife, he was still glib-tongued and took advantage of others. Tin Ano pretended not to hear the first half of his crazy words and asked, "Speak." Yang Fan didn't know what Tin Ano did, but Yang Fan knew that her position must be standing on the opposite side of the government. Moreover, even the government was clear about his experience of becoming a monk, so there was no need to hide it from her. Therefore, Yang Fan told Tin Ano the reason why he became the head monk of White Horse Temple. Tin Ano was stunned after listening. After a long time, she exclaimed, "This is really unimaginable. You can only have such a strange situation if you met this monk, who is the most unlike a monk in the world." Yang Fan suddenly thought of something and suddenly said, "That's right, I have a difficult matter. I want to find someone to help, but I don't have a suitable candidate. You came at the right time. Seeing you, I realized that there is really no one more suitable than you to do this matter." Tin Ano looked at him vigilantly and asked, "What do you want to do?" "Mother, you should go back. White Horse Temple is not far. I will come back to see you when I have time. Auntie, Xiao Ning, fellow villagers, you should all go back." It was almost dusk. If they didn't leave now, they would be in time for the curfew. They wouldn't be able to return to White Horse Temple in time. At this time, the number of people on the street was getting fewer and fewer. Yang Fan and Ma Chiao said goodbye to Ma's mother and Zhang's mother. Before they left, the friendly neighbors all came to see them off. After a whole day, everyone gradually adapted to this matter. Regarding the matter of Ma Chiao being a murderer, everyone's reaction was no longer so intense. After all, even the government officials pretended to be deaf and mute. Why would they care about this? Just as Yang Fan and Ma Chiao were about to leave, a masked man suddenly appeared on top of the gate. He was looking at them from high above with his hands clasped behind his back. This person was wearing a yellow round neck shirt, a silk scarf on his head, and a red sandalwood hairpin on it. He did not wear a headscarf, and his face was covered with a pure white silk handkerchief. The people who were seeing Yang Fan and Ma Chiao off immediately cried out in alarm. Yang Fan and Ma Chiao had their backs to the gate. For a moment, they did not know what was going on. When they turned around to look, they could not help but be surprised and happy. The two hurriedly took 3 steps forward, turned over and kowtowed. Ma Chiao was pleasantly surprised and called out, "Is this benefactor?" The man on top of the gate laughed out loud and said in a clear voice, "That day I passed by Nan City and saw that you were a man. After drinking some wine, I conveniently rescued you, but I did not see you out of the city. After I sobered up, I felt quite uneasy. I came here today to inquire about your whereabouts. Since you are safe and sound, I am relieved." Yang Fan loudly said, "Hero, that day on the execution ground, you were chivalrous enough to save my family's brother. I am very grateful. To be able to see Hero again today, my heart is very happy. The two of us are willing to prepare water and wine to thank Benefactor. I ask Benefactor to let the two of us fulfill our wish." Horse's mother was also surprised and said, "Is the wanderer on top of the gate the hero who saved my son?" Many thanks, Hero." Horse's mother quickly went forward and kowtowed to express her thanks. The hero on top of the gate seemed to be unwilling to accept the old woman's kowtow. He slightly moved to the side and avoided the bow. He said, "It is good that you are all safe. I roam the world unhindered, I am free to repay kindness and enmity. I stretched out my hand to save you just to fulfill my wish. There is no need to thank me. Farewell." As soon as he finished speaking, the man shook his shoulder and flew away like a big bird. By the time the people rushed out of the gate, the man's figure had already disappeared. The people in the square saw that this extraordinary man was like a dragon whose head and tail could not be seen. In an instant, he had disappeared. They couldn't help but click their tongues in wonder. There was another round of discussion. It was likely that before tomorrow morning, countless new versions of the Wanderer's stories would be published. Yang Fan's action was a remedy for the fact that he had saved Ma Qiao at the execution ground. It was easy for people to connect the dots and make him a suspect. He didn't know where Miao Shenko was now, but he knew that Qiu Shenji was in Mengjin. The last time he rushed to Mengjin, Qiu Shenji was already prepared. It was obvious that the deaths of Yang Mingxing and Kai Dongqing had raised his vigilance. Although Qiu Shenji's martial arts were very high and he was in the army camp, he might not take an assassin like him seriously. However, Qiu Shenji must have some understanding of everything that had happened in Yang Mingxing's residence. Of course, Qiu Shenji could send people to find out what had happened in Yang Mingxing's residence, but he couldn't send people to stay in the Xuan workshop to care about what would happen next. He might not know that Ma Qiao had been saved at the execution ground. Even if he knew that there had been a robbery at the execution ground in the city, it might not be related to what had happened in Yang Mingxing's residence. He might not even know that he had once been on duty in Yang Mingxing's residence. Even so, it was still a hidden danger. It would be foolproof to let this righteous man stand out clearly and let everyone know that such a person existed. Tin Ano relied on her extraordinary speed to flash past a few streets and alleys. She came to a place where there was no one. She took off her silk scarf and sighed. "AI. Ever since I got to know this little thief, I've been getting worse and worse. Now I even want to be a swindler." Tin Ano shook her head and went to the princess's residence to see her master. When Tin Ano saw the master in white, she told him about the cause and effect of Yang Fan becoming a monk. The master in white asked curiously, "This person has martial arts?" Tin Ano said, "Yes. I was curious and specially tested him. This person really does have martial arts." Oh, the master in white stroked the strings of the zither and pondered for a while. He then asked, "How is he compared to you?" Tin Ano shook her head and said, "I only tested that he knows martial arts. I have never seen him fight, let alone compete with him. I really don't know the depth of this person's martial art." The master in white nodded and no longer cared about this matter. The young master in white came from a famous family with great power and wealth. As the saying goes, the poor study, the rich learn martial arts. If he was willing to put his heart and soul into practicing martial arts, he would be able to find a famous teacher, or he would be able to find all kinds of precious medicinal herbs that he needed to nourish his body and strengthen his muscles and bones. But for a master like him, he only needed to say one word, and someone 10 times better than him would want him to die at midnight. There was no need for him to suffer that kind of hardship. Therefore, although he practiced martial arts since he was young, he only wanted to strengthen his body. His current martial arts was not even 1/10 of Tin Ano's. He was not good at martial arts and did not care about it. He thought for a moment and said, "The head of the White Horse Temple, it seems that Feng Xiaobao, that common man, values this person a lot." Tin Ano thought of Yang Fan's strange experience, especially his shiny bald head. She couldn't help but want to laugh. Her mouth twitched and she replied, "Yes." The master in white gently took a breath and said, "Pay more attention to this person in the future. Maybe he will be useful." Tin Ano was startled and thought, "Master's plan is very important. Once it fails, he will be killed and his family will perish. I have been saved by Master, so I should sacrifice my life for Master. But why do I have to get that guy involved?" Thinking of this, she regretted speaking so bluntly to the master. However, the white-dressed master did not know what she was thinking. He took On Nu in and watched her grow up. Since she was a child, she had never disobeyed his orders. He did not know that Tian Ai Nu had the thought of protecting Yang Fan because she did not have the heart to drag him into trouble. The white-dressed master thought that she had remembered it. After giving the order, his mind drifted elsewhere. Chapter 103. The next morning, in the backyard of the White Horse Temple. 17. What do you think? Do you think we'll be able to get first place in last Yuan's tournament? Xue Huai was wearing a shirt with a red headband on his head. He was panting heavily as he asked Yang Fan with a face full of hope. Xue Huai used to play with spears and rods, selling medicine on the street. His body was very strong and healthy. Although he had been living like a prince in recent years, he had to serve Empress Wu, so he paid great attention to his physical training and did not neglect his martial arts. Although his fancy martial arts were only average when used to fight and kill, they were good for physical training. Therefore, his body was still very strong. Even so, after running for such a long time, he was sweating and panting, not to mention his so-called disciples. These people ate, drank, and gambled. There was nothing they wouldn't do. When it came to fighting, they were indeed a group of experts, but that was mainly because they were cruel and merciless. Now that they were relying on Xue Huai's power, no one dared to resist. Their physiques were not strong, and the better ones only had the explosive power to punch people, but they didn't have any lasting strength. At this moment, all of them were lying on the ground, pretending to be dead dogs, unable to move. Yang Fan listened to Xue Huai and gently shook his head. Xue Huai said, "Of course I'm not talking about now. I'm talking about after you train them, will there be a chance?" Yang Fan smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Abbot, there are only 3 or 4 months left until the Lantern Festival. It's too difficult to train them in such a short time." Xue Huai turned his head and looked at the useless people lying on the ground like dead dogs, their tongues hanging out. He also felt that it would be difficult to win the championship. For Yang Fan's sake, he lowered his requirements and asked, "Then, after this period of training, can we win the top 3 in the last tournament?" Even if it's the last place, it's fine." Yang Fan took a deep breath and said, "It's difficult. Senior and junior brothers, your kicking skills are just some fancy skills. It's fine if you stand on the spot and do some fancy kicks, but if it's a kicking competition, it's difficult." Yang Fan could understand the rules of the game as soon as he heard it. Once he knew the specific rules and requirements of the game and saw the level of the monk's skills, he could roughly estimate the odds of winning. Although he had yet to see what a real master of Kuju was like, and how good the other teams were, he had seen Chu Kuanga and the others playing football in the alley when he was pretending to be someone from the western regions. Compared to the group of monks in front of him, Chu Kuanga and the others were much better than them. From this point of view, Yang Fan's guess was not too far-fetched. Xue Huai's eyes widened. "No way. Although their skills aren't that great, when I played against those teams from the aristocratic families, they won more than they lost." Yang Fan laughed dryly and said, "Abbot, I usually listen to the chatter of my senior brothers, so I know more or less. They tied iron braces on their legs and hid lime in their sleeve. That's not all. They kicked their groin, tripped them, and did everything they could to win. How can they use these methods in front of the Empress Dowager?" If these words were said to Xue Huai by others, old Xue would immediately stare and wave his fists to argue. However, it was said in his own home, and it was the chief monk of the White Horse Temple, whom he highly valued and admired. Old Xue did not feel disgusted. His old face turned red, and he patted his head in annoyance. "Damn, if that's the case, I still can't show my face in the palace this year." Yang Fan thought, "If you don't go to the palace, how can I go to the palace? I still have to find Wanner from the Shangguan Wanner to ask about the whereabouts of Shinka Miao. Maybe I will let Qiu Shinji get close to me unsuspectingly. If I can't compete in this game, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to go with you. After all, you usually go to the palace to serve that woman." How can you take me with you? Thinking about it this way, Yang Fan had no choice but to pay attention to his matter. He knitted his brows and pondered for a long time before saying, Abbot, during the Lantern Festival, what kinds of competitions will be held in the palace? Who are the best? Xuehuai liked Kuju. Although he himself was bad at it, as a real football fan, he knew this information very well. He introduced to Yang Fan as if he was familiar with his own family's treasures. There have been only a few teams that can participate in the imperial competition in recent years. One of them is the Turks and the other is the Turks. They usually only participate in Kuju and Sumo. The Turks have always been inferior to our Tang dynasty in Kuju, so they have always been the champion. As for the second place, it is the Kuju team formed by the imperial army of the Tang dynasty and the Turks' Kuju team. Both sides are evenly matched. In recent years, sometimes you are second and I am third. Sometimes I am second and you are third. As for the Turks, they are also proud of their sumo skills. However, our Tang dynasty also has a strong sumo team from Princess Taiping's mansion. Princess Taiping's mansion has Kuju, and sumo wrestlers. Among them, the sumo wrestlers are the most powerful. Not only does the Princess Taiping have male sumo wrestlers, but there are also more than 10 female sumo wrestlers by her side. In recent years, Princess Taiping's mansion has basically taken first place. The second and third places are taken by the Imperial Army, the Turks, and the Turks. Speaking of our Kuju, there is no other branch, we are the only one. Kuju has always been won by the Imperial Palace players. Yang Fan frowned and said, Imperial Palace competition? Imperial Army or Imperial Bodyguards? Xuehuai smiled and said, Of course not the Imperial Army. There are some Imperial Bodyguards, but not all of them. There are also Imperial concubines, palace maids, and princesses of the royal family, such as Princess Taiping and Shangguan Daizhao. They are all in the Kuju team. Yang Fan was stunned and asked, Abbot, are you saying that this group of women formed a Kuju team, and they have won time and time again? Even the men can't beat them? Xuehuai said, Yes. Those who don't know the truth often say that because the Kuju team is made up of women, the men mostly give in to them. That's because they don't know the ins and outs. I have seen them play football. These women are not easy to deal with. They are very good at football. Others can't compare to them. Back then, Kuju was mainly a competition of skills. It was competitive, but it was not as intense as modern football. It was not like the monks of White Horse Temple, who wore iron leggings, had lime bags in their sleeves, and carried bricks to the field. They played Kuju more fiercely than rugby. In terms of skills, there was no distinction between men and women. None of these palace maids, imperial concubines, and princesses were delicate and weak women who were sweating and panting after running two-step. Even the slim and slender Shanghai Wanner, who was as slender as the crescent moon, was also a good athlete on the field. When competing with these women, they couldn't collide too much. Their Kuju skills were not as good as theirs. Therefore, every year, the women's team always won. It was a fine tradition that began in the Tang dynasty that our country's football had more yin and less yang. Shanghai Wanner will also participate in the Kuju competition? Yang Fan couldn't help but feel excited when he heard this news. At that time, there was no distinction between men's and women's teams in Kuju. If you wanted to compete, you had to ignore the difference between men and women and use the same game to compete for the championship. Just like the polo game at that time, there was no requirement for both teams to have the same number of players. If this was the case, then as long as Yang Fan led the White Horse Temple team to the finals, he would have the opportunity to meet Shanghai Wanner. Otherwise, he could kidnap Shanghai Wanner and force her to tell him about Miao Shenka's whereabouts, but he didn't even know Shanghai Wanner. It should be known that there might not be anything else in the palace except for women. It was easier said than done to pick a flower from a sea of thousands of flowers. The palace was not an easy place to infiltrate, so how could he do it? Hearing this news, Yang Fan's ambition suddenly rose. He said to Shui Huai excitedly, "Abbot Master, you don't have to be depressed. This disciple will do his best to make the White Horse Temple enter the finals, and even win. It's just that." Yang Fan glanced at his fellow disciples who were lying on the ground like dead dogs after being trained by him for the whole day. He said to Shui Huai, "Among all the senior brothers, only Hong Yi, Hong Lu, and Hong Jiu have good skills. As for the other senior brothers, this disciple can't do anything in such a short time. This disciple needs to recruit a few more new people." Jixian Lane, Crossroads Street. There were a few big pagoda trees with twisted branches on the roadside. A few bare-chested men were sitting lazily. Facing the direction of the street, there was a big man sitting against the tree, like a crouching tiger. On his arms, which were as thick as a normal person's thighs, there were two eye-catching tattoos. "Fear not the governor of the capital," and "Fear not the king of hell." Chu Kuanga. Jixian Lane was Chu Kuanga's territory. His brothers had always been here to solicit business. Among the ruffians of each lane, Chu Kuanga was the strictest to his subordinates. Because of his extraordinary strength and martial arts, many brothers came to him at the beginning. However, some people could not stand his restrictions, and some people thought that he was too inflexible. Some people did not accept some business that came to their door, and gradually, they dispersed. After a few years, there were very few people who were still willing to follow him. There were only a dozen or so people, but these dozen or so people were loyal and devoted to him. They were not comparable to the ruffians in the other lanes who had hundreds of people. Those people were just a motley crew. If they really fought, they might not be able to compete with these dozen or so men whose hearts were twisted together. Therefore, he was still able to occupy this Jixian Lane. No one noticed that although the people who followed Chu Kuanga were not as famous as the ruffians in the other lanes, after a few years, none of Chu Kuanga's brothers had died or been crippled. Chu Kuanga and his brothers were like the old pagoda trees on Crossroads Street, always standing there. As for the ruffians in the other lanes, their subordinates had changed like a horse lantern. Many of the big ruffians who were famous a few years ago were now gone. They had either become corpses in the sewers or had become crippled, quietly withdrawing from Jianghu and becoming a commoner struggling at the bottom of the market. Propriety and foresight. The secret of Chu Kuanga's standing was that he was clear about what could be done and what could not be done. He had a ruler in his heart. This was a skill that he had honed for many years in the 1,000 Bull Guard. The other ruffians were far inferior to him in this regard. On the main road, a few big monks came. Chu Kuanga only glanced at them before withdrawing his gaze. He was not very curious. He never cared about things that had nothing to do with him. He was a ruffian, and these people were monks. It was impossible for monks and ruffians to have any interaction. However, these monks were coming for them.